Get ready, South Asia.
Hello and welcome everyone to PMPL SA 2023 Fall Season. I'm your host Anna and mere saath we have Fritz. Fritz, how are you doing today and what are your expectations with this tournament? Because I am pretty pumped to have PUBG Mobile back.
Oh, I'm super excited too. Man, this tournament will be amazing. I know for sure. I've casted two different regions. I've casted PMPL Pakistan. I've seen PMPL South Asia as well. And I'm really excited to see now what the teams are going to bring on the table. The previous time around, I did see a lot of Mongolian domination happening. I think it just might continue again. But hey, the teams from other
Yes.
region, they also should just tie up their shoes and just be in the game as much as possible.
Absolutely. I mean, I remember sharing the Pakistan test with you in the last season during spring. It was quite fun, and I'm waiting to see how many teams we are going to be seeing from that
Yes.
region as well. And quite a lot of power pack performances from the ones in
Mhm.
SA region as well. I mean, how much do I explain the fact that I was waiting every single day while we were doing the
Mhm.
Pakistan series to see myself on the SA desk as well, and now it's
Here we are.
here. Here we
Exactly.
are, exactly, and that too together. So that's like double fun.
Exactly. And I'm excited to see the other teams as well. I mean, IHC, of course, I know they'll be the teams who will be playing in this tournament. So I'll be excited to see how do they pan out. But something that we have to talk about is the schedule, the way that we are going to witness all these games. So for most of the part, Mondays and Thursdays are going to be the off days for the teams. We'll have super weekends on the Sunday, so extra games there, and this is how the remaining matches will look like. 25th and 26th, today and tomorrow, we'll have our games, and then Thursday will be an off day for the teams to maybe recoup, understand what is going on in the league, and they'll be given a plenty of chances to qualify for the overall grand finals that will happen on 18th till 20th of from 18th and 20th of August.
Exactly, this is gonna be power packed. We have 3 weeks of league stage and then directly right into the grand finals on the 18th, 19th, and 20th. That's gonna be pretty interesting, and
Mhm.
I can really not wait to see which teams actually qualify, because this is gonna be a long journey. Every single team is gonna be writing their own story, and we'll be able
Yep.
to see how many emerge on the top. However, to reach that top is gonna be rewarding as well. There's
Oh
quite a lot
yes.
of money on the line.
Even though if we just talk about the teams coming in top three, yes, that's a big chunk. But even if you're able to qualify for the grand finals, that'll come with additional benefits in terms of prize pool. Plus, the MVP will be rewarded too. There's $1,000 prize pool for just the MVP of the tournament. So it's better for the teams to buckle up for their entry fraggers to go berserks in the upcoming games, because that title will also lie await, which I think was grabbed by a player of 4 MV the previous time I saw. Hey, I'd like to see some competition this time around.
Absolutely. I think the fact that we have MVP prize pool definitely puts into picture a lot of
Hmm.
coordination and also a lot of focus on the individual gameplay as well. But yeah,
Hey,
we do have team death matches this time as well. And for that, we have a $1,000 prize pool individually. And in that, we have 700 for the first position and 300 for the second. This one is pretty interesting. I'm a love to see this.
yes, these TDM games are going to be fun. I mean, just a 10-minute game, the teams try to give it their all. And the good thing is, all these teams will be playing out. So, this is also based on the rankings, I think, that they've qualified with. So, DEADEYES guys and ASL will be the teams playing out first. The winner will play against Team Stalwart Esports. And we'll have 3 rounds first. After that are the semi-finals and then the grand final. If you reach the grand final, you've already secured a chunk of that $1,000 prize pool. But who wouldn't want to be the champions in this TDM battle too? So I'd still be rooting out for IHC Esports, as I've been talking about them earlier too. I think they have a very aggressive team, 4 players with all the gunpowder that they need. And hey, let's see how this TDM battle goes.
Well, we'll definitely find that out, and it's gonna be pretty exciting to find out which team actually makes it through, because this is gonna be another long journey.
Hmm.
However, we, as you were discussing, have super weekends on Sundays, and that time we are gonna have bonus matches, and from there, you will be getting bonus points as mentioned in this table, and those bonus points, after being added At the end of three league stages will be the initial points that a team walks into the finals with. I mean, how cool is that? Like, earlier we used to see teams just go into the finals and start all over. Now they
Exactly.
have to carry absolute tremendous performance all through, and that performance will be reflected through this point structure. There are points for your positions, obviously, and 1 point per elimination as well.
Now, see, this point structure will force many teams to take those early battles, right? You cannot be a team on the third position and have no frags, because you will be outdone by even a team in the maybe a sixth place and having good five frags, or maybe even just four. So all these things have to be considered by the teams again. It is an interesting points table, and I'd like to see how this all works out. As we saw, we'll be having those bonus games too. So the top
Yep.
12 teams will be the only teams who will get that chance to play in that particular game. So you'll have to be consistent from the very beginning.
Exactly. And look at this. We have five different groups for the teams when you
Hmm.
walk into the generic matches of the day. And this is how the groups are going to be divided. Group A has Stalwart Esports, Leo Esports, High Voltage DC, and Bad Intentions CMF.
Group B, NBeSports, we own Illuminate, Roy Sports, and JMEX. Whereas, see, now Group C is where I say the battle will be very tough, although it does not really matter, because again, top 12 is the race. But yeah, 4MV, IHC, Stronger FAKELOVE, and Venom DE in this particular group.
Exactly. We have a couple more groups coming up. And if you talk about Group A itself, we do have quite a few interesting names coming in
Hmm.
here. All of our teams are star studded, obviously, considering that they have made it all the way to PMPL SA 2023 fall
Hey,
season.
that's true. Stalwart Esports, Action I Seniors at tops. I still remember these guys. They were like the king of consistencies along with 4MV.
True.
I mean, they just had a complete blast of a tournament, and it was a battle between these two teams. And the overall point difference was like, what, 100 points. So, again, other teams like NB Sports, We Own Illuminate, Raw, JMEX, they'll have to come back and they'll have to show what they can do. In JMEX, I do see, yeah, exactly. I think then JM stands for Janmar and EX is Elementrix, because I do see players from both these teams, Orangey, Frag, Galzen, and nobody. So JMEX is also going to be an interesting team to watch out for.
Absolutely. We have quite some ones here. I do prefer for commercial vibes a lot because 4MB has been doing quite a good performance all through, and their 922s are gonna be bringing in quite some damage this time.
Hmm. IHC as well, stronger fake love, Venom DE. IHC, I do see a new name. Abeli did not see him perform the previous time, or maybe he's just the same player with a different name. Could be either of these things. But in Group D, we have SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, T2K Esports, King of Spades, ASL DominationCrew. SKYLIGHTZ, again, a team which, I mean, the way they play some games, it feels like that this team is completely out of this world. But then finding that consistency has been a matter for the side of Team SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. So I think that is something that they'll try to target this on. And let's see if they're able to at least give us some good games in game number on day number one at least.
Well, I'm hoping for the same. I'm hoping for the same. And whoever takes the lead on the first day is going to be creating quite some ruckus for the rest of the teams going forward because early lead means you have an early advantage to capitalize on
Hmm.
all through. You give yourself room for error, you give yourself wiggle area. This is going to be quite interesting. And again, talking about Group E, we have DRS Gaming, Mabetex Esports, Seal, and Deadeye's. Guys, I have high expectations for Mabetex Esports.
Oh yes, Mabetex Esports is again a team which have has a very good firepower. Their calling also I think is all okay too. The communication is on point. Where they fall short is I'd say the rotation and respecting the zone. Sometimes they just feel like that they can be just outside the zone for a little bit longer than they should be. So that is something that Mabetex might need to work on this time around. And let's see, they've got a good amount of time to settle things up. I mean, they've got a good amount of time to practice. I do see some transfers to some players in different teams. So all these things have been given a little while to change, and now let's see how do they pan
Yeah.
out. How all these teams will perform in our upcoming games for day number one.
I see what you did there, how things pan out, and talking about PUBG Mobile
Hmm.
particularly, I'm pretty interested in seeing what more word games you come up with. And more than that, I'm interested to see which teams are gonna be the ones that sit out on the first match because we do have the pattern in which every single match one of the groups is going to be sitting out and the rest of the groups are going to be battling it between themselves, because 16 is the highest number of teams we're going to take into one single map at a time.
That's correct. So that means that you might be able to squeeze a little few extra Erangels. Overall, every team is going to play the exact same number of maps, but then also
Yes.
it depends on the momentum too. Say, for example, you're not good on Miramar, and the first game you play is the map of Miramar, and you don't perform well on it. So it sometimes hurts your momentum in the upcoming games. So that
True.
is something I'd say could be leveraged by a few teams. I do see 4MV perform a lot better on Erangel than any other map. So if they are the ones starting on the first map of Erangel, and if they're able to crack a top 3 position in the very first game, I mean, the confidence will be high up on the chart, and they'll be easily able to ride the momentum. So those are something which I'd like to see how do they go about. And yeah, I mean, 4MV, ISC, all these teams, especially the Mongolia teams, have to be watched out for on that very defaulty map.
Absolutely, absolutely. We are seeing quite some domination coming in from the Mongolian region, and I've been hearing news from the side of Nepali region as well that there's a
Okay.
lot of power pack performances coming in from their side as well. So we just gotta see who's gonna be cooking the most delicious chicken dinner on this pan. Yeah,
Yeah,
I tried to
that's
steal
correct.
you there.
No, that's correct. But the only problem that I have, I mean, I've seen a lot of teams, the Nepali teams, but the problem I say is the frequent switching of teams. That has been something that has
Oh,
hurt
that's
them a
true.
lot, not helping them build the appropriate synergy. Whereas if you talk about these IHC squads, yeah, we do see a little bit switches coming in, a player gets swapped out, but essentially the core still remains the same. So that synergy issue gets sorted out after every tournament. So that's not a problem. That's why I think Mongolian teams have been performing a little bit better. But yeah, talking about the schedule for the day. So we will be starting off with the first game of Erangel. Then we'll have a Miramar game. Sanhok will be followed by that, and then that TDM arena battle. That's something I'm excited to see. Which team specially will play that particular game is again another question that we'll have. But yeah, right after that, we'll have the game of Miramar 2, and to end the day off, we'll have another Erangel. So it's a day where we will have 2 Erangels and 2 Miramars paired up with the Sanhok. Let's see how these teams, perform overall in all these 4 different maps.
Absolutely. We are going to be seeing groups sitting out in the descending order. The first
Hmm.
match will be sat out by Group E, and the next one by Group D, and so on and so forth till we reach the last match of the day.
Hmm.
We have 5 generic matches and 1 TDM. The TDM is going to be
Yes.
popping up after the third generic match. But this is gonna be pretty interesting to go into, because Erangel is where it all started, and that is exactly where we are gonna begin today's day.
Hey, Erangel is going to be an interesting battle. Now, we did see Group E setting out. That means I think we still have that 4MV and IHC squad there. And the way I remember this was IHC used to be
Yeah.
on the outer edges of the military base, whereas 4MV went directly to military base. Sometimes we did see that bridge camp happening. Sometimes it was,
Oh
for the
yeah.
most part, IHC just looted and rotated away from the Novo Repnoy bridge. But we did see if the circle favored military base island, if it shifted further way down south, we did see IHC combating against the players of Team 4MB. So, do these things still remain the same, or do we see some changes? That is something I'd like to see on the map of Erangel. Plus, even the Nepali squads, I'm sure that they've done their homework. The Bangladeshi squad, they've done their homework. But will still we see some drop clashes, trying to just announce that this area is ours and you cannot take it out of our hands? Those are some of the little banters that I'm looking forward to in this particular map.
Exactly. I mean, I'm pretty interested to see who's going to be claiming the King of the Hill, title for themselves. Because
Uh-huh.
again, there are quite a few spots which are pretty interesting and pretty, preferred by every single
Okay.
team. And then sometimes a couple of teams go to the same exact spot, and it just becomes very, hectic for both of the
Okay.
teams. And then suddenly one team just starts dominating, and then the next one is like, okay, never mind, we're going to find another spot for ourselves because this is
Exactly.
not working out.
So,
And then on top of
mhm,
that, you do have the flight path as well that gets in the way.
yes. So that's where you need multiple drop points. So you just cannot rely
Yes.
on one. You cannot say that, yeah, we'll go to Severny every time. We won't go to any other place except for that, unless you're a team who's very very confident. Because again, I'll quote that example of 4MV. They're super confident in military base. It does not matter where the plane path is. They'll take a vehicle. They'll be on low loot, but they'll prefer their drop spot, and nobody challenges them there. So if you can make that sort of a I'd say influence on the other teams, then it's brilliant for you, especially areas which are more accessible from the other parts as well. I'd say Pocheki, for example. center of Erangel. Irrespective of the plane path, for the 90% of the times you'll be able to drop in this particular spot. So if you can make it yours, if you can show the team that dropping in here is just a death sentence for you guys, yeah, hey, you're good. You should be easily able to drop in just one spot. But for most of these teams, that is not the case. So we might see teams, dropping, say for example, Georgia Pole in early stages, but as soon as they realize they're
Yes.
just being outgunned over there, or for some reason they're not able to win the battle, we'll see them pivoting. We'll see them moving towards ruins, maybe hospital, maybe towards the outer regions of Gatka. So these are again the places which teams usually go back or fall back to from Georgia Pole. And yeah, it'll be exciting to see how those adjustments finally come out after a few games.
Absolutely. That's going to be something that I'm going to keep my eyes on. But yes, today is the day that you set the tone. So if today you are going to be able to dominate a region particularly, you might as well as bet on it that you are going to be having that region to yourselves all through, because early domination is going to scare quite a few teams off. However, there is another side to the coin, guys, because early domination might also put a target on your back, and people
Yes.
would just want to come in, get done with you, and then relax and enjoy the rest of the game.
Hey, see, I did not see a lot of targeting happening the previous time around, and even though because the two teams were just on top, they were not to be trifled with. I think that is what the players understood, and they were, very respectful of that. Even Stalwart Esports is the second team, which was performing very good. So it'll be exciting to see how the drop locations come in, how these players are going to be a part of the whole game. Yeah, the flight path has started all the way from Yasnaya Polyana and is ending towards hospital. So a bit of a northern plane path. Again, military base, Novorapnoi, these are going to be the places where dropping is not going to be as easy as some teams might expect.
That's absolutely right. But I do hope to see a couple of teams try and get there and hopefully get the circle advantage in the process. Because I definitely do love a ruckus that happens on boards. I am one of those people who enjoys seeing players struggle
Hmm.
to try and get their way back in, to try and crawl back up onto the leaderboards. And that is one of the reasons wherever I see a flight path that is strictly to one side, I want to see a circle that's completely opposite to that.
Hey, let's see. We already, I think, have early fights happening around the map too. So we'll be excited to see where this first blood gets drawn out, because I do see two teams drop down to Yasnaya Polyara, and probably one of them landed a bit too early and was trying to shoot the other one out of the sky. That could be one possibility, because of which I did hear some shots. But yeah, teams slowly and steadily scattering around. NBeSports can be seen maybe pivoting towards Milta. Some players still gliding. One of them has found a vehicle. For MV, as suggested, they'll be moving towards Ferry Pier, finding a vehicle and going to a military base, which now seems to be a very good option considering the first play zone is in that particular area.
Exactly. Thanks to PUBG gods, we are seeing the circle go all the way towards the southern side, and now all the teams that have opted for places like Kamishki, Siverni, Zarki are gonna have quite a lot of fights before they can actually make it into the safe zone. But as of now, we can see quite a few teams that are acquiring the northern region of the circle itself. They're gonna be pretty safe and will have quite a lot of time to go about with their loots. But I want to see which team goes to military base itself and how they are going to be moving about from there, because definitely the circle is going to be showing some more
Mhm.
lineage towards one of the sides, whether it's northern or southern, depending on to the next move. And that might result again into some camping if it goes more towards the southern side, and I want to see those campings. Bridge campings are one of the best fights that can happen. However, currently, Leo Esports
Action
just
down.
not taking a breath. The moment they drop down, the moment they have a weapon, it is shooting hits.
They've already got that first frag to their name. Noah took down action as soon as he was, I think, trying to rotate with that vehicle. Was pinned down behind the rock and now has been finally taken care of. So Leo Esports, the first team to get that opening blood. And yeah, that's good for Leo, securing at least 1 point on the board for themselves. Stalwart Esports, not the start that they wanted. But they'll have to work with it. I mean, three players in the remainder of the game. It'll not be easy way, but hey, you'll have to figure out how you'll want to play it out. Liquid even gets taken down, tops with a frag. Although T2K Rig did spot a player of stronger fake love trying to rotate Qjin, but yeah, he'll be tagged and probably be able to fall back after popping that first aid.
Well, as of now, the first aid is going to be the only rescue for the side of stronger fake love, and I'm hoping they'll be able to regroup with the rest of the team soon enough because right now there's quite some distance between the teammates, and T2K is already having their eyes set onto the team. However, Stalwart Esports alongside Leo, these two teams have traded one player off of each other already. Now it's a 3v3 situation. I gotta see how slow this battle can go. Look at the way it's going on. Like, oh god, Yetauta is literally just crawling all through.
He is just hiding. He just does not want IC to get that frag. And same thing can be said for IC too, because they do not have backup from either of these teams. I do see Slipknot try to help Yetauta out in this situation, in this outside area. But yeah, IC also has this is with the VSS. And the most irritating thing about VSS is you cannot spot it on the mini map. And you won't have that sound cue too because it's suppressed. So you don't know where you're getting shot from. There'll be some markers giving you the rough idea about the player's position, but yeah, that's sometimes not enough for you to get that frag. Although Yedaura just crawling in closer to his prey, IC could really fall down if he's not careful enough.
It's about time we start seeing icy melt, but in the meanwhile, Yetaulta's support that was arriving has been taken down already. Look at this. The nades are ready. The nades are ready, but they're aimed at the wrong direction. And look at that. The icy man just melts right in front of Yetaulta. However, the trades have come in.
Again, Stalwart Esports, I see, has been taken care of, but yeah, the team will be able to eliminate the whole squad of Leo. So even though Leo Esports, they started things off on a positive note, Stalwart says it's always us will be ending you out, and even if it's a 3v4, we'll make the situation so we're able to just survive your onslaught and get those frags for ourselves. Great job done by the team, 3 frags to their name, and have been able to eliminate the very first team in the tournament.
Exactly. IC is also gonna be having enough time to go ahead and recover himself, get back into the fights, but the loot is gonna be one of the essential things right now. Look at that DP already being set across for a long range fight by the players of Stalwart Esports. In the meanwhile, IHC trying to have a piece of the pie. They are pretty interested in grouping against Narzad. He is literally alone.
Mm-hmm. Cannot do much about it too. I mean, yeah, you try to survive over here, give no footstep, give no sound, so that IHC do not feel compelled enough to check that area. But now you did. They said he has already sprayed some bullets onto the players of Team IHC, and they are relentless. They're just pushing in. Demo, he could be seen just closing in. Alex also coming in from the left hand side, and there's the knock. There's the knock we were talking about. And even though the players of Team Stalwart Esports thought that they'll be able to get over here, get that backup going, yeah, well, that's not the case because IHC, they are very quick and clean with the battles they take.
Well, IHC just announcing a whole new thing with their name. All they need to do is say, I have arrived. And the arrival itself shattered things for Stalwart Esports. With just 2 men surviving, I don't think the team is going to have much
Hmm.
chances of actually making it to the top. And the early domination that we were talking about right now seems to be swaying towards the side of IHC. But let's see how farther this team can go because so far the teams have been fighting battles that were already in their favor. We have to see the real metal that shows up once the teams start going into 4v4s. As of now, the circle has already shifted slightly towards the east. It still contains both the islands onto itself, but there are quite a few teams that are still not in a safe area. I can literally see I8 all the way at Zargi, now finally trying to pick up vehicles and rotate into the circle. It's not going to be easy though. Once they try to enter from Yasnaya Polyana or Rozok, whichever their choice is, they are going to have quite some fights to deal with and not enough health to do that.
Yeah, I mean, I8 won't have an easy time rotating it, but the easy time is not even here for Team T2K. Turulov, the poor guy, was just trying to rotate off, and somehow bad intention X CMF, Knight is able to spot him down, take him out of the vehicle, and get that frag. Probably did not damage his vehicle in the process. Could have decided to just take it away. But yeah, T2K players, they are being sprayed upon. They are being just, I'd say, harassed right now
PUBG
by the
Mobile
players of
version
Team
2.7 will
BIT.
be available
Because
soon.
yeah,
Let's take a
it's
look at
not
all the
looking good at all. The frags, they are flowing the way of Team BID. First one for them in the bag with all the 4 players standing. That's a great start to the game.
Absolutely. It's been quite some time, and we've only seen one team get completely taken down, and that was Leo Esports. Even after having the first blood drawn to their favor, they got taken down as soon as they came into the game. But right now, these
PUBG Mobile
15
version
teams have 56
2.7 will be
players to
available soon.
themselves.
Let's take a look.
Let's see how far they can go. Prison area is being scoped out by bad intentions, and I feel like soon enough they're gonna have more than enough information on how to capitalize the remaining areas and how to make sure that they have the most advantageous position onto the map, because the circle is shrinking in faster than you can imagine, and right now the bridge camp seems like one of the best cherries on the top.
Hey, this is the circle. You talked about the circle. It has gone all the way south. And look at this 4MV. They'll be super happy because of it, because they dropped in military base. They had fair amount of time to loot, and now they're setting up a bridge camp against the players of Janmarex Elementrix. So that is not going to be an easy fight for that particular team too. And now most of these teams have been forced to rotate towards that second island, because that's where the play zone is favoring. This could be really deadly for all of these teams, especially for even I8, which we just saw. They were trying to rotate from Zaki. So that's again another team which will be in a lot of trouble once they figure out that the play zone is going in a direction where they'll need to use the bridge, which is not going to be accessible at all, considering there'll be near what 10 teams around that particular Novo bridge.
Yup, that's going to be quite some fight to deal with. I already see Stalwart Esports situating themselves in Novorapnoi. They do not look like they're in a good position. There's a couple of teams coming in from the bridges. They are not in a position to actually camp any one of them. 4MV. Wait a second. Look at the information that's already
PUBG Mobile
connected
version 2.7 will be
by
available soon.
East
Let's take a look at all the new
922.
content.
I mean, for he did not shoot because he was all alone. He
That's true.
he was afraid that the best he could get is a one-on-one trade, and his team is very far away to provide any sort of a support. So just gathers intel, gives the gives his own teammates the information that there's a squad who's just heading down uh, the particular bridge and camping the compound just under it. So just be careful about it. But yeah, look at this. IHC is already crossed out too, and they are looking for potential frags, and I think they've got one in the process. The players of HVXDC, they won't be in a very good spot over here.
Exactly, HVDC will not have much to live for going forward, because the moment they come out of the water, they are going to be drowned into the lobby back to the pavilion, because this is not looking good at all. IHC is guarding the shore pretty well. They are aware that the bridges are now going to be pretty hard for the teams to go through, and they know exactly where to hold the area from. However, any teams coming in now are already in a lot of danger. We are seeing a couple of teams that are still outside the play zone, and that's very, very difficult. I'm not seeing any future for IAWO or for STR. They both are gonna have quite some hard time trying to walk back into the circle. But in the meanwhile, look at the circle. It's shrinking in further and further. 4MV had a great camp but could not make any value out of it. And now the camping is not even going to be much of an option, because none of the teams are going to be opting to come in from the bridge, considering that the circle damage is going on increasing one after the other.
Players has already started falling. I do see SKYLIGHTZ Gaming getting a few frags. Sky from Raw, he has his eyes set on a team trying to rotate, but yeah, he knows the Jiggle is not around here to get that frag, so it will not be good enough for him to take some shots, and Jiggle will be fired upon. Although his teammate Prabin, he has been good for one. He saw a player trying to move away from these particular compounds, gets that frag, puts 1 point on the board.
Right now, it seems like there's quite some damage that has to be dealt. The circle keeps shrinking, and the number of teams is not moving at all. It's been 15 since the beginning, and now the whole circle is onto the military base area. It's covering slight bit of Nova Repra, but that's about it. A great position into the circle has been secured by Stalwart Esports. They are only two members, so they do want to make sure that they survive for as long as possible and acquire points by that method instead of investing into the fights. In the meanwhile, however, bad intentions are having some good luck onto themselves. Quite some tracks coming in their favor, swinging by.
Hmm. Galzen. He has already spotted Alex, I think, and he is trying to take some shots over here. See, Knight just spraying in water. I think he already knows. The Deadies guys. There's a player D Venom who is around him, and he's just trying to confirm that frag. Sometime or the other, he'll have to come up. And Knight spots him down, takes him down, and that's again another elimination coming in. Venom XDE. Yeah, most of the players were eliminated while they were trying to rotate. But here we go. The complete squad elimination has been achieved.
Yup, and Leo, even after being the first team to get eliminated, completely sustains their position above NMXDE because they could not secure a single elimination point in the process. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, however, onto the bridge right now, trying to moving. But Raw Esports, they're not making it easy at all. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming is in a lot of trouble. And in the meanwhile, one of the strongest contenders gets taken down by JME. Oh goodness, IHC is not even on the board anymore.
Raw official though. Look at them. They are using vehicles to rotate. Now they found the correct timing. The only thing that they have to deal with are the two players on the bridge. That's about it. And they'll be able to cross the bridge and get into the next play zone and try to just play around it. Now Jiggle just tossing some smokes, trying to block the vision of Mafia Ninja in the process. On the other hand, I do see ASL as well joining the battle, getting those frags to their name. But yeah, for raw officials, I think it'll be a difficult time ahead trying to get inside the zone.
Let's see. The zone is gonna be of much priority right now. You do gotta respect the blues and not bleed out there. In the meanwhile, however, we are seeing Beyond Eliminate already get taken down, completely losing every single person on the team. And in the meanwhile, 4MV just acquiring frags after frags right on the top of the board right now and hasn't lost a single member so far. That's a strong run. That's a really strong run for now, isn't it, Fritz?
Oh, that's definitely a strong run. But if you look at Sky, he is taking a big gamble, and so are the players of the Team Raw official. And all of them just run into Mr. Buru. He just sprays every member of Raw Esports down and eliminates them in the blink of an eye.
Let's see. This is getting more and more difficult going further. Oh goodness. They do not have enough healings. They're having to collect loot while they're already losing HP. This is not looking good at all. In the meanwhile, look at HVDC still inside the water, still trying to hold it off for T2K. And it's not going to be long before they are taken down completely by ASL because ASL has their sights set. They have a split positioning held there by themselves. And in the meanwhile, HVDC not even able to come back onto the surface to take a breath. This is taking everything away from HVDC. The shots keep coming in, the damage keeps getting dealt, and one more team to be taken off the charts. Nothing left for HVDC, to be honest.
Yeah, even Assassin has an off angle on this particular team. They cannot come out of the water. Yeah, there we go. High voltage DC out of the map of I Erangel. And ASL, they've been a very quiet team till now. But finally they see some fishes and they just go hunting. They get those frags for themselves and now have got those three frags with all the four players standing. Yeah, that's a team you'd count in for a WWCD in the process. Although JMEX, that's another team. They have secured themselves a good compound. I do see Orangey just scouting it out completely and making sure it's completely clear. But yeah, another team that we have is NBeSports, sitting in the center of the zone, has a very good map control overall, and are posing a threat to the teams nearby.
That's true. But in the meanwhile, I expect JMEX and ASL to actually get their number up. And in the meanwhile, if they do not lose players, they are going to be able to topple 4MV onto the boards. And not only will you have man advantage, but you will also have more frags to your name, which will add up to your final leaderboard countings. So I am expecting big things from these two teams. They are going to be into a duel soon enough, pretty close in proximity to each other, and might be up to something explosive. And well, talking about explosion, there goes a nade, bringing one more down for the side of 4MV. Nicely placed, and now the rest is to be left onto fate and the circle. King of Spades gets taken down. No more kings on this hill right now, just yet.
That's unfortunate, I'd say, for the
That's
side
true.
of King of Space, because most of the time what they did was just they were trying to rotate. They did not have a lot of say in the entire game, and suddenly they're just out of the game. Great presence of mind from 4MV to just look at every possible angle, and they have been able to punish their opponents. Now, bad intentions like CMF. This again is a team which did not perform that great in the previous season, but this time around, they are here for redemption. Already 5 frags to their name, and they have secured a spot in the top 8 at least.
They have, and they're also securing a spot inside the circle. Look at the place they are holding. It's all the way towards this southern east area of the circle, and they do not have to watch their backs at all. The only angle that they need to look in is gonna be the northwest. Every single team is going to be situated in that area itself, and I'm pretty sure they're already aware of the surroundings. They have quite some control. However, again, NBeSports, even though they do have a great position into the circle, they do make me slightly scared for themselves because they have not invested into a single fight so far. We know that fights are not only the place where you acquire points on your frag board, on your elimination count, but also where you get better loot every single time you beat someone up. Those crates, they carry something that can be so beneficial for these players. But right now, NB Esports is not looking like they're investing in anyone. However, 4MB is still going strong, and in the meanwhile, ASL and JMEX both still stuck to the similar numbers.
Yeah, I mean, 4 MB right now. Look at this. Baron, he's just scouting out the area. No problem whatsoever. But from somewhere, nobody got an angle onto East. That's a fine frag. Uh, Maybe if it's converted into a frag, it would be a fine frag to fight. But yeah, 4 MB, just try to back the player up. Try to get East back into the action. But
Oh.
JME, they're all in. Gals in, traded out Baron. Great support, great cover fire. But the DBS this time around will leave Baron with a little bit of HP to work with, and that's all he needed. Will get that revival in too, and JMEX. The attempt, they tried to just barge onto the players of Team 4MV, hoping that they'll be able to secure that frag. But hey, that's not the case. Great backup from 4MV. More frags to their name.
Oh, beautifully done, beautifully done. I had started to think that 4MV might just not be able to make it out of here. But they not only made it out, they are celebrating Christmas already. This is an early celebration coming in from the side of 4MV. Just making sure that JMEX just does not survive long enough. There's one more player who's completely knocked, and there isn't going to be any revival coming in. And well, not even going to be a scope for that because 4MV just confirms the finish point that they can acquire for themselves. In the meanwhile, ASL, however, trying to seek angles that can give them a better positioning onto 4MV. But I feel like right now this team is undisturbed. Nobody can get in the way just yet.
NB Esports, they do also have a good area, as I pointed it out earlier in the previous zone. They were just holding the center. The only problem is all these 4 players have 4 different compounds. So essentially, they cannot really go in for a fight. Because as soon as they try to put effort into a battle, and if they're knocked out, yeah, well, the support's very far away. Probably might not even come in this situation. Although the zone again shrinks in their favor. Now, that's a very, very positive thing that has happened for the players of Team NB Esports. Mondo Fusion. Let's see if they're able to hold the ground. Although we have a fight between ASL and JMEX, and Orangey caught with his pants down, was trying to escape, was trying to come in with the backup, but ASL just swiped them clean with all these frags.
Oh, that has been quite some vulnerable position that they've been caught in. But right now, look at the way NB Esports is holding on to the center of the circle. It's like the circle has become a guardian halo right on their heads, all the way across them. The maximum control of the area is under their roof. But right now, here's the situation. 4MB is trying to finish off a couple of fights at the same time. They are investing in two different fights, and that's slightly risky. But in the meanwhile, NB Esports is also trying to take a look onto Stalwarts. They can be caught off guard, and that would be a resultant happy moment for 4MB. Let's see if this can turn into a capitalization that will help them climb higher. Because right now, taking NB Esports out is very essential considering that the maximum map control is under their roof.
Hey, 4MV, they
Oh,
saw some
nice.
more teams trying to rotate, and those were their frags. Although, here we go, BIT. Yeah, well, they won't stand a lot of chance because they were also being sprayed upon by the players of Stalwart Esports from far away. So, a weekend squad, a weekend duo that tried to barge in the position that 4MV had. And yeah, both of them have been taken down, and it's all down to Top. Well, yeah, not for long. Because Apex first he tried to run him over, and when that did not work, he just jumped out of his vehicle and got that frag. Super simple, super easy. And look at what 4MV has done. 10 frags already to their name. And it looks like that they're dominating in the lobby right now.
They sure are, and look at the way the situation has turned out. We have three teams on board, and all of them have four men standing. I mean, one is on the knees for the side of ASL, but that's about it. Everyone else is on the ground and ready to take the fight. NBeSports, even though they have the center circle, they do not have height advantage just yet. They are, however, inside covers constantly. In the meanwhile, ASL becomes a target for 4MB and gets taken down. They're losing numbers now, and I feel like the final battle is gonna be between NBeSports and 4MB, and I'm gonna keep my money onto 4MB itself. They have quite some domination going forward.
Aiden, try to get lucky over here. Just spamming through the grass, hoping that one or two of his bullets connects, and that's where he just transfers his aim to and gets the tracers on. But yeah, Chari just spammed out the mini. They finally do connect, and even Fizzboy, the parting few shots, they land onto Sleepy. ASL, they're not having a fun time. Even though they've deployed the smokes, it is not stopping the other players of NBeSports and 4FB from still managing to get those frags to their name.
It's not looking good. It's not looking good at all. ASL constantly dropping numbers. In the meanwhile, also NBE Sports has one knocked down. The revival can come in, but 4MB just barges in first. Oh no, this is not looking good. The numbers are going down for both the teams, and 4MB just feasting on that chicken that they have already put onto their pans. Fist boy, you are not gonna be in fist range to take this fight on. Your bullets have to be on point for this one. The positioning on NBE Sports are definitely going to be slightly confusing, but in the meanwhile, 4MB, the kind of numbers they have in frag department, even if they come second, they are going to be topping the leaderboard. This is an unimaginable domination coming in from a single team.
Again, Dog testing his luck, hoping he gets that connection and then finds the last remaining player of ASL. I mean, that's just unfortunate for them because ASL cannot do much about this. And even NB Esports have been closed in upon. Look at this. Two players are just the neighbors of NB Esports, Mondo and Fizzboy. And this is the problem I was highlighting. Them having four different compounds will essentially put them in a lot of trouble because you won't be able to support each other because of the distance that there is between you guys. Kyojin can only give support in form of that gunfire. But 4MV, the idea that they have, they've also gone for a 2-2 split later into the stages. Doc still has that high ground angle. And Assassin, though, answers back. Mondo, who was trying to create a different angle onto the players of Team 4MB, it seemed he just forgot that ASL was still surviving and gets caught off guard.
Alright, now ASL is gonna be on to a dangerous side. They do get taken down by the circle itself, and now it's two teams surviving, NB Esports and 4MB. And just as you mentioned, NB Esports is not gonna be able to even revive the fallen comrade. It's a 2v4. 4MB is looking dominating. This team has been on a streak since they came into the map, and it just seems like Erangel is their map. Erangel is their playground right now. 4MB taking a lot of shots. There is gonna be a knock coming in, confirming it. Fist boy going strong right now. He has a couple more walking onto him. Apex gets very low on HP, prones down, tries to create a different angle, but it's still going to be a difficult fight. The nades are on hands. This one is hard to go forward with. I mean, Fizzboy is just gonna get wrapped around, and a ring around the roses gets put right onto the throat of Fizzboy, gets him taken down, and now it's just a 3v1 with only player from NB Sports being Sekujin.
Oh, but he gets a couple of knocks. Now it's down to 1v1. The nade connects, and then even his barrel has been dropped to very little HP. But just confirming the first frags. Kyojin, just got stuck over there. And that's how, ladies and gentlemen, 4MB start their game. Beautifully done. They did not have the optimal plane path for their drop location. They had to rotate all the way towards military base and then fought their way towards this victory. Again, just a very little small problem that NB Esports had. No backup for each other in whatever manner. And that's how they got picked down one by one. And even though there was an attempt, it was brought down to a 1v1, but the HP bar did not favor the players of Team NB Esports. And 4 Miracle Wild, with the WWTD in the very first game. What a victory that has been achieved by this team, man. They just played it out perfectly and they started their run on this map of I Erangel on a positive note.
Absolutely, absolutely. Commercial vibes doing perfectly great, and right now they are literally dominating. We already talked about the fact that the team that comes in first is gonna have the chance to actually go ahead and make a statement in the beginning itself, and 4MB did that. They have humongous number of frags on themselves. They got the chicken dinner, and this has been quite an amazing situation. However, we will come back to you with more details and more numbers right after this tiny little break.
Make it clap.
Well, welcome back to PMPL SA 2023 fall season. I'm your host Anna, and with me is Fritz. We are entering into the second match, but before that, we are going to be discussing what we saw just now because this was magnificent.
Mhm. I mean, for most of the team, they did not even have a chance. Hey, I'll
That's
be
true.
completely honest, this play zone was not with most of the team that dropped into their location. I mean, IA, guys, they dropped at Zarki and they had to
Yes.
rotate all the way down to military base. So I'd say it was a little bit unfair for them. But hey, that's what you'll have to prepare for. You have to be
Yep.
prepared for the worst. And that's what came in the very first game. Literally the worst circle for all of these teams that they could have imagined. Only two ways to rotate the two bridges that are there, Novorapnoy bridge and the military base bridge. And if you decide to try and swim your way across the shore, you better be the first ones to do that, because after that you will be hunted down. And that is exactly what happened for most of these teams. The ones who decided to go all the way around, try to use a boat and come from even the northern parts of military base, they also were just stuck in the blue zone forever, and their medicines finally ran out, or some of them ran into 4MB who were just ready for those sort of plays. So this game was a complete roller coaster ride for most of these teams. But 4MB would be very happy. I mean, very first game, a chicken dinner,
Absolutely.
the play zone literally forms in their hands. They exactly knew every nook and corner of that particular area, because again, it's their dropping spot and they spent a lot of time figuring out how to play around. So it was a very simple game. NBeSports could have performed a little bit better. As
True.
soon as they saw that the zone is in their favor, they're literally in the center of the zone. They could have just gambled onto one big compound, one big house, and all of them just could have gathered there. Because if you see what a 4MB did in the final few circles, is just took down players one by one. Mondo tried to make an off angle in that situation, try to come in from behind, but for some reason he forgot that ASL were even still competing in the battle, and that's exactly where it was exposed. I think, who was it, Chari gets that frag onto Mondo. The trades happened from the players of 4MB from higher ground, and NB were just left with two members. Even though there was an attempt coming in, it was brought down to a 1v1, which was essentially started off from 4v2, was brought down to a
Yes.
1v1, but it was not enough for Team NB Sports to do much about it. 4MB still walked away with the chicken.
Exactly. I mean, staying in those compounds does give you a sense of security, but it wasn't the same for NB Esports.
Hmm.
They were caught quite vulnerable inside their own houses, and that's what 4MB does. They enter into your own den and become the king of
Yes.
the hill. I mean, they were roaring all through. That's just a whole different vibe that commercial vibes brought into the game. Now they have a target on their back and also a fear that everyone is gonna be carrying around with them. Like, I mean, if I were one of these teams, I would be having nightmares about 4MB tonight.
Oh, for sure. I mean, for this again, I'm not surprised to see this sort of a performance, or this surprise, or this sort
True
of a
that.
domination
True
coming in.
that.
Because like, if you look at this, the second team is also NB Sport, and even though yes, ASL was very close to a good game, they had four players standing. But then again, the later stages, the later rounds where you really need all those 4 players surviving, that is somewhere where ASL fell a little bit short. I this time around give them a leeway. I'd say yes, they were a little bit of an unlucky team because they were being completely spammed out by 2 different teams, and considering one of them was on a higher ground, so there were some pixels available to shoot on. They were a little bit unlucky in terms of their positioning that they had. But yes, losing players left and right, and especially losing a player very far away from your current location, is something that shows, I'd say, not proper communication, because these things have to be communicated. You see those markers on the mini map that there's a team on the northern hill, and you'll have to make sure that you're not exposed to them, because all it takes is just one knock. ASL, that's exactly what happened. One of their player gets knocked out, and suddenly there's chaos because you have to first of all revive and then go for the early fights. So those are some things that really ASL could have worked on, or maybe should work on in the upcoming games, in the upcoming future. But yeah, talking about this game, the top player for the side of Team 4MV is just going to be Doc. And seems like it's a 4MV card that we are showing, and we just have Tops and Mr. Board spoiling the party. Mr. Boro.
That's true. That's about 13 frags coming in from the side of 4MV itself onto this board, and we still have one more player from the side of 4MV, and he's definitely got some frags for himself as well. And look at the damage. I mean, how does anyone stand a chance? There's 1103 damage coming in from the side of Doc himself, and then we do have Tops and Mr. Boro as well. But these two, their teams could not carry themselves all the way into the final circles, and that just did not turn out right. But 4MV, definitely a beautiful gameplay coming in from these guys. Definitely one to watch, and definitely the best way to start the day. I am so looking forward to see some more teams just go ahead and dominate the way 4MV did right now.
I'd say Doc would be crying. He gets 1100 damage, gets only 4 frags.
Yes.
From the other side, you see Mr. Boro. Yeah, guys, I just steal frags. That's what I do. 345 damage and has 5 eliminations. But hey, it's all part of the game. That's the beauty of Battle Royale. Dog gives the damage, Dog gets the knock, but it's Mr. Boro securing those frags. So you have to make sure the knocks you get are the ones that get converted into a frag for yourself. Otherwise, knocks, they really do not count. But yeah, I mean, great job from Mr. Boro. I did not see SKYLIGHTZ, I'd say, in top 3, but him giving his team those 5 frags, him getting those points from any way around, does not matter, because SKYLIGHTZ Gaming would be very happy with these 5 points, plus whatever they got in the in terms of placements as well. So yeah, 4MB, 17 frags overall, 10 placement points, 27 points in this first game. What a way to start.
We have 16 teams in total playing the game, and 4MB has 17 elimination points. Can someone tell me I'm not dreaming right now? Because that's a huge number to have on board for yourself. And look at the second position. They have literally just 12. 4MB has more than double the points that second position is holding. That's huge. However, coming back down, King of Spades, we own eliminate Venom Day. They were surviving quite a long time, but they still did not have any frags and could not get themselves onto any placement points either. It's definitely not looking good for these teams. They do have to pick their pieces back up. However, this was just the first game. There's going to be ample amount of time to recover. However, by the end of the first week, you do got to make sure that you have yourselves a secured spot, because once the 1 week passes by, it's not going to look good for the teams that are at the bottom.
I mean, yes, and for teams like Venom DE, who did not have a great showing the other time around too, so they'll have to be a little bit careful this time around. It's okay, very first game, early game jitters, plus even the zone was not in your favor, you still could have performed a little bit better. For all the teams that were on the bottom of the leaderboard, they'll have to buck up. They'll have to show up in the next game of Miramar. Now this time around, the next map is also going to be very interesting, the map of Miramar. Land of DMRs and snipers, as I love to call it. Although we still do not see a lot of snipers being played, especially those Kar 98s, I think have just gotten extinct, or the players have decided just not to use it. I mean, sometimes I do see the arms coming in, but that AWM is only a drop weapon, so it could really be used. First of all, you'll have to go get the drop, which is already heavily guarded by teams trying to bait the players in rotating towards that particular area. So there are a lot of ifs and buts with the AWM. But yeah, I mean, it was very satisfying even to hear that suppressed M24, but them going out of existence is something that I did not enjoy. But Yeah, even DEADEYES are again another weapon which were earlier used very much, but I rarely see SKS and minis being used. It's all just the AR meta right now, plus the DBS too.
Yup, the DBS has become quite toxic right now. It's very, very scary. However, let's take a look at the maps one more time. We did go into Erangel already, and it was 1 by 4 MV in a very dominating fashion. But now we're going to be walking into Miramar, as already discussed by Fritz, and Group D is going to sit this one out. So, Miramar is going to be a whole another ball game, which is going to be putting teams into a lot of pressure.
Miramar again, a very big map. I'd say 11 by 11 if I'm correct, and you'll have to have multiple drop spots this time around. It's just I feel super lazy while trying to rotate on this particular map. Even with vehicles, because it's so difficult, the terrain is so difficult to
That's true.
drive around, to rotate around, that sometimes you just get irritated. You're thinking it's a straight road and there's a bump, there's a dip, and you take what, like 20% HP damage on the vehicle. You're like, bro, come on, this is not justified. Plus, again, in terms of looting as well, you always need to carry a fuel tank. So that's again a little bit space being occupied inside your bag. You'll have to either ration away your ammo, or maybe carry less throwables, maybe carry less medics just because of one fuel can. All these little things that annoy me about Miramar are again things you'll have to take care about in game. Rotation is again another aspect that you'll have to focus a lot upon. And let's see, man, how these players deal with Miramar. Because I, for one, I think Erangels are a little bit better than this particular map.
Absolutely. I mean, Miramar becomes a very huge map to go about, and then again, every single place is quite guarded because, again, as you mentioned, there are quite a lot of snipers sitting around, and that's going to be slightly scary for the teams. However, we'll find out how these teams deal with the situation because for now, we are going to be entering into Miramar all the way from La Cobreria, all the way in northwest towards Impala, that is going to be somewhat central east. This is a very decent flight path for a map like Miramar, to be honest.
Ah, I mean, not the best. Could have been a little bit better. All the plane paths that usually start from the north side of the map are a little bit better than the ones starting away from western side, because most of these cities have anyways been cut off in terms of direct dropping onto them. Ladrilla, Chumasera, Minasdale, Valadimar. These are some of the areas which have just been cut off, the southern part of the map. Even though I'd say still the teams would be dropping around the city of Los Leones, but the other cities are small as compared to the cities down south. So that is something where I'd say your loot gets affected a little bit. So you'll have to consider all of these things. Although Campo Militar is sort of my favorite spot to drop on whenever I play on this map of Miramar. But then again, it being in just a very far away corner, it just makes rotation that much harder to do when the zone goes all the way down south. So I don't think we'll see a lot of teams dropping there too. Again, it'll take a lot of time as well because it's not directly related to the plane path that we have right now. So most of these teams would be dropping somewhere around the center of the map. And let's see, this will attract some early battles to its name.
Absolutely. Look at the center of the circle. It is going to be onto Los Leones, and that is one of the biggest cities of the map of Miramar. And I am expecting quite a few drop clashes right over there. However, IHC and MMB being one of the only two, actually the only two teams actually going to the northern side of the plane path, while rest of them did take the southern side of the plane path. But the circle is still not in reach for most of them. HVDC, they did not have a good start to begin with, and now they're already losing HP entering into the match. Bad intentions, they really are sticking to the name. They are not looking like they have any good
Oh,
intentions for anyone but would live. Okay, never mind. Never mind. I ate up my words just like bad intentions ate up their own nade.
that's a blunder from Jax. And if Dante is not able to secure these three frags, which again is going to be a very hefty task to do. I mean, bad intentions will be eliminated out of this game because of their own mistakes. And that's what happens. All these players have been taken care of, and HVDC, they essentially just eliminated a team for free.
This is gonna be quite interesting to see how it how it progresses because this is a very early elimination that had to be taken down, and I mean That intentions looked like they were on a good enough roll, but now they have been already rolled onto the pavilion. They cannot survive onto this map any further. However, the Venom, good positioning, clear shot onto all the players from the side of Seal. But let's see how far.
Krita, I mean, it does not have a scope on this AK. I mean, even a red dot would help over here. But then again, controlling that long range play is not, it's never easy. Janmar X element tricks though. Frag gets that first frag. That's a good way to start off the game for their side. Slayer, he's all alone and now being pushed by three different members of JMEX. Yeah, that's not a fun way. That's not a fun way to be in. That's not a fun situation to be in. And even though nobody is
Oh
very
no!
low, but that nade from Slayer, so it just bounced right where it needed to, and that's a double knock instantly. You were down a player, now you force your opponent to consider either going for the revival or to go and try to get these frags. The molly lands perfectly.
Oh no!
Frag has also been taken care of. Slayer, he is literally slaying his opponents right now. Three players, all of them have been taken down because of the utility.
And the support has arrived. The support has arrived. We can already see Slayer Sir getting all the help that he needs to be able to convert this into a victory. But no, why are players eating their own nades today? You are gonna get a chicken at the end if you survive. You know that, right?
They're just too hungry. And that's why they're eating their own nade. I don't know what's just happening. Is this just early game jitters or what is it? See, JMEX, the best they could do was get one player back on his feet. Now it's a 2v3 though. Slayer, sir, yes, he's low. He cannot patch himself back up because he has no medicines left. But how does JMEX convert this disadvantageous situation into a favorable one? Where the answer is they won't. Because Shifu comes in with a flank, not expected, and then there's an off angle created for Slayer, sir. What a squad wipe. Even though Sus was taken down very early on in this battle, they still are able to put JMEX back in their place.
JMEX. Their place has been booked as not on the map. We have only 13 teams surviving right now. Fritz, here's the confusion. Don't people say that Erangel is a much more dynamic map considered to compared to Miramar? Like this is a more slow-paced map, but we have already seen three teams taking their giving their lives away to our other surviving teams, and 4MB again on a dominating run for themselves. In the meanwhile, I mean, how does this happen? How do people get taken down that easily on a map like Miramar?
BITX, a nade to their face. JMEX, a blunder
A
in
native
making, not expecting a nade to their face, yes. And then I don't know how did Venom D got eliminated that early on. I think we did not even cover their fight. But yeah, that's just that's just unlucky, unfortunate, whatever you want to say. But that's not how the game should have went. But hey, good for the teams who got those frags. Early points, early confidence on the board.
Absolutely, absolutely. The momentum definitely helps going forward into the game. Such battle royals are structured because once you start getting those frags onto yourselves, you start getting the confidence to walk into more and more fights. However, there's one more thing always the second side of the coin.
Hmm.
Very important to notice. That is, the more times you get knocked, the easier it is for you to lose your life after that knock. The time that you survive after the knock keeps getting shorter and shorter and shorter. And I remember one of our prior casting mates highlighting this fact at one
Hmm.
point that so the number of times that you can get knocked before you get completely eliminated itself is 32.
Who would ever touch that number? And
I don't think anyone would.
how would you
Yeah,
ever touch that number? Yeah, that's not possible
that
even
would
in a
require.
competitive game. I mean,
That's
I
true.
get irritated if I see a player, if my teammate is knocked out four times, more than four times, I say I won't revive you, you're of no use. But I know that won't happen in a competitive game. That won't happen in this lobby. The revivals will come through. But hey, there has to be a
Not
limit for a
32
person to
times.
to revive, because
Yes.
who likes to just get back his fallen comrade back up? Everyone just wants to enjoy the game, get those frags, and get that chicken dinner. But yeah, that's a part of the game. You need to get your fallen teammates back into action so that essentially they can help you. Maybe drop some medicines if you're low on that. But yeah, I mean, I'm not the one. I'd
If
say
we
that does it. I just
if
like to
we
have
ever
fun.
if we ever play together, Fritz, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna be the one who gets knocked down 32 times, and you are gonna be reviving me every single time because I'm gonna be your bait. Every 32 times that you revive me, you will also get a chance to kill someone else in the revenge process and avenge my death and then
Nah,
rescue me as well.
nah, not happening.
So,
Not
no,
not
I'm,
more
I'm a
than
good
four.
bait. Okay, never mind. Let's just go back into the game and see which team is baiting their own players right now because in this map, we are surprised by the number of times we've seen the nades being tossed onto own teammates and own faces. It has been disheartening.
They just have to go back to the basics, I think. Just figuring out how the throwable utility works. But hey, it's just all good. We talk about the play zone right now. It's a day of weird play zones, I'd say that much. Because I
True
have
that.
never personally seen this zone going all the way down to Impala. A very hard eastern side shift of the play zone. But the only team that benefits out of it is HVDC. They did not have a good game the prior time
Yep.
because the zone was not in their favor. This time they do have the zone. I'd like to see how do they convert it.
The balance of nature is maintained. Look at NBeSports. They're not even into the safe zone just yet. And last time the circle was literally on top of them all through, all through. But well, this time we are going to be seeing how these teams manage to actually get back into the circle because last time I feel like if the circle wasn't onto NBeSports, they wouldn't have made it as far as they did because they did not take any fights at all. They did not invest much into rotations either. This was quite an easy run for them all through to the end. But this time it's going to be a harder fight to cross. And high voltage right now, just sending electrifying performance, but not converting it into any connecting shots just yet.
They did get Prabin in the process while he was trying to rotate, and now they'll have to fight against Stalwart. Yeah, that's not a good side that you'd like to see. Nirzad was taken down, but do I see a 4x on this DBS? Probably won't be used. But yeah, Stalwart Esports. This team just hunts together. That's what I've seen. All these Mongolian teams, they find domination when they're all together. I see a lot of split plays coming in from these teams towards the end circles. For the early rounding, the early stages, it's always them hunting these isolated players in a group of 3 or 4, and they always find success because even though see Nirzad was the first one to be taken down, but he will not only be brought back up on his feet, but Stalwart Esports get 3 in return. So that's a very good trade that Stalwart Esports have right now.
Well, as of now, the situation is going to keep getting better and better for the teams that have already acquired more than 3 frags and acquired themselves all of their teammates as well. I mean, DE does have 4 frags, but they have only 3 players sustaining. Now that keeps getting difficult because all the other teams have all fours. On Miramar, I expect you to lose players, but not the teams just as early. But this time, I am seeing something completely different coming in. And look at HVDC already trying to make things difficult for STRB. This is not going to be an easy rotation for STRB, even though HVDC has quite a separated split here. It is becoming difficult to fall out of. Oh no, the revival cannot happen. I don't think it's gonna commit.
Aero got some shots connected, so he will try his luck, and he's trying to blast the vehicle so that the damage with that comes in with the vehicle blast is able to get him the knock. Although he finally gives up and moves back towards his own compound. On the other hand, Ro could be seen. He is being targeted by a different player. I think it is a player from DRS rules. He is down on his knees, but his team is trying to protect him from this particular spot now. Yeah, well,
Rules
not for
needs
long.
support. He needs support, and the support has arrived right on time. But this is not going to be very easy to fight off because DRS has already acquired the compound. Their comrades are falling down one after the other. HVDC finally giving out the electrifying performance that we were expecting, but the Molly will not sustain them for long. DRS gets eliminated completely onto the 12th rank itself for no placement points to their cells. But in the meanwhile, IHC has their eyesight set on HVDC.
Yeah, well, I was talking about the play zone being in their favor, and they have already started to utilize it. All these 4 players, they still stand. All of them have good health and I'd say good loot too because they just eliminated a squad of DRS and they'll have 3 different crates just inside the building and one outside to loot on. And yeah, HVDC, they did not have a good game the previous time. This time around, they're having fun. It seems to be, it at least looks like it because they were able to defend this particular compound. They got the 4 frags and even got 4 more. So that's a good start for HVDC. But still, I'd say I'd like to see them convert this into a chicken dinner because I've seen a lot of teams getting 8, 10 frags early on in the game, but then being eliminated on what, 6, 7 spot?
Hmm. Let's see. Let's see how this turns around. As of now, Stronger Fake Love is just trying to walk in onto a fight that they can convert, but IAWO is just onto the vehicles, moving away with themselves concealed. This is not going to be a fight that can be converted just yet for the side of SCRB, but I am waiting to see what they can acquire. There are moving vehicles, but there is no capitalization. None of the shots are connecting just yet. That's a completely futile attempt there from the side of STR.
Yeah, they were just trying to blast the tires of the vehicle, so they are rendered completely useless. But this is another approach. Vadu being sprayed from 3 different angles, although is able to get that reflex shot onto
Poor
his,
MV.
and will make sure that he continues the spray to get that flag too. Yes, he is finally essentially taken care of, but he's done his job. He has eliminated one of the players of Team 4MV.
Absolutely, Team 4MV, as we discussed earlier, has a target on their back now, and they are getting constantly pinned down by multiple teams, one after the other. They do have to survive, they do have to make sure that their numbers stay up because consistency is going to be the key to this victory. You have plethora of matches coming your way, and you cannot perform great in one and then lose your hold onto the second one. Stalwart Esports, in the meanwhile, though, covering up for every mistake that they made the last time, wanna go back and recover their fallen comrades. Is it gonna be possible? Yes, it is. They are gonna smoke the angles off and make sure that they are able to get back on their feet and take this fight against IHC. Just one frag to their name, but they haven't lost a single player, and that puts them in a very good situation.
Viper, although even they pushed in and what? IAWS, they don't even know they've been pushed upon. Refuse, he just pushes in with the DBS with these players hoping to get that TPP angle. He's fast as lightning, it seems like Refusal.
Oh, the nades. The nades are gonna shower right onto IAWO. This missed. Another one coming in. Will that get dismissed? No, it won't. It will dismiss I8 on its own. VO Illuminate is not going to survive this match any further. And now we have only and only 9 more teams on board with 34 players surviving. The numbers are good enough. We do have 4 players on every team other than 4MV and NBES. But these two teams don't really have to worry about the numbers of players just yet because one more team gets eliminated and they do have secured themselves at least placement points. In the meanwhile, Seal, though, not a good start for them at all.
Yeah, I'm happy because I did see a car 98 being shot from the players of 4MV. Yeah, that's just good to see. So this
You
is
want
the
to root for
one.
them?
Not exactly, but I just love seeing these bold actions. Now look at this. This instills the fear into the mind of Fearless that he could anyways be subjected to a headshot with that K9 and be taken down because now even the play zone is coming in. So basically, Seal, they cannot afford another knock. The same thing can be said for 4MV, but considering they already had their good start, this game, it would help them cement their position on the first spot. But if they get eliminated early on without any points, it wouldn't be the worst possible result.
Absolutely. We have only 9 teams on board. 4MV still has one man surviving if they are able to escape and even work just on the placement points is going to be good enough for them. However, in the meanwhile, there are quite a few teams that are struggling constantly. Raw Officials does not have a good start, not in the first match, not in the second. We are saying the same thing about VNMD. IAWO, DE seems they are not able to get their grasp just yet. However, if you take a look at the map, HVDC, as you mentioned earlier, still has a great position, still has a wonderful blessing from the side of PUBG gods of the circle right on their heads. They have quite a few compounds around them as well, just to make sure that they have the greatest covers possible. But in the meanwhile, 4MV, they get taken down at the 9th position. Just one more position and they could have had placement points.
Yeah, well, this time around, exactly 4 MB, they do not get much from this game. Although they won't be super sad about that, considering they got a very good first game and still no team would be able to dethrone them from that particular spot. But you'd still like to get as many points as possible in the very first week so that you're able to just show off some dominance and maybe create a little bit of a wiggle room if things do not go your favor in the upcoming games or in the upcoming weeks. Because then again, try to experiment a few things is a little bit difficult if you don't have points on board. And 4MV has been facing some problems when they try to switch up their strategies and are not able to implement whatever they want, because there's always a team tailing them. The last time around it was Stalwart Esports. This time let's see if they are the ones, because for this particular game, yeah, 5 frags, 4 players still standing. That's a good start for me.
STFL still dropping down players after players. They do have 4 frags to their names, but yes, HVDC looks like one of those teams that can actually have a great impact onto this game. Stalwart Esports entering in from the western side does have a great position to themselves. So does Leo. However, SCR might get into their way. Seal still struggling to find a position into the circle, and in the meanwhile, MAB securing the northeastern region onto the circle. Teams have to find each other right now. They are not just going to be crossing paths. NBeSports, however, they are in a huge split. This split is not looking good. Do you think they're going to be able to survive for long, Fritz? I feel they're almost about to give it up.
Let's see. Time will only tell. But yeah, I mean, it's a difficult spot. Seal, at least Scooby's inside the zone, so that's one thing. But yeah, STR sprayed bot. That's a bold move. You tried to just clip away the vision of Scooby, which you were successfully able to do. But a player from some other angle, from other part of the map, is able to pin you down with a mini 14. First knock on the board. Hero gets another pick onto the player of Team STR, and they are just losing players left and right. And yeah, they just might not be able to survive it for a very long period of time.
Survival is the name of this game, and if you're not able to do that, then what are you going to be able to do through this match? The tournament keeps getting harder and harder the more you go deeper into it, because the more you play, the more read other teams have on you. Avoid that. Try to create an early domination. That's what the early day matches are for. But in the meanwhile, NB Esports, even though did not have the best position, acquire a frag point for themselves. However, they're very close in proximity to HVDC, and HVDC, we do know, is on a double digit frag point run for themselves. This does not look good for NB Esports. Does not.
Kujin has that many, and I think also has the players of HVDC on his crosshair. He just wants a little bit of an overpeak coming in, and he'll be there to punish them. Even Seal, if you talk about them, they are entering the this particular city from the eastern side, supposedly by the minimap angle that I can see right now, and they will find some ground. But HVDC, that is the team who has majority control of this particular city. NB Sports, they are fighting for it, but then again, the problem that they are handicapped. They basically do not have one of the players available. They're just playing with a 3-man squad right now.
They are. The numbers are going to be a big thing getting in the way for NB Esports. Plus, they do not have any frag points to themselves either, so that's another added loss for NB Esports. But in the meanwhile, Stalwart Esports gets shot on, but they do not take the damage. The damage is dealt to Leo instead. 2 players on the ground, 2 on feet, but still not able to actually go back into the fight just yet. The blue zone is coming in. Stalwart Esports will get the support, and this support is going to be good enough to go forward with, as long as there isn't a third party trying to just happen.
Yeah, well, Stalwart, they lose two. They have to be brought back up. Slipknot takes a chunk of damage by just falling out of the vehicle. And Ziol will be able to take that trade on to action. Now, Nova from the other part of the map is trying to spray down their opponents, but now taking a lot of damage from the blue. What? What's this decision making? He'll fall to the zone, and even Jetauta goes down. Nova could have at least made a run towards the zone, but he decides to slip out, slip away completely off the server, it seems to be.
Stalwart Esports again still surviving with only 2 players and one of them still being tops. Oof. They have quite a hard time going forward, but we are going to see them trying to come back into the game soon enough with the kind of momentum they're holding, trying to make it back into the circle one after the other every single time. But look at Seal just slamming onto HVDC. They are holding quite an important compound into the circle, and it's going to be pretty crucial to get a hold of this. HVDC, if they lose this, the whole advantage that they were carrying on gets shifted onto Seal.
Wow.
And Seal might just be the team to be able to do it. Another fight coming in onto them. This is going to be right onto the stairs, but who's going to be the one climbing up onto the leaderboard with this one? Seal loses players, HVDC sustains, and Seal is still looking good. However, they cannot recover any fallen comrades while HVDC still can, but the nades might just not let you survive.
HVDC found themselves a good area where the nades are not affecting, so that's a good thing for them. But let's see, Scooby trying to push in these shotguns in close range, man. They are so irritating. Even one good bullet could just completely take you down. Essentially makes the West completely useless. So Seal, they have to figure out, do they share the compound? Do they respect their opponent's privacy? It seems like Sanchir has other plans. He drops down, gets a frag, and even though Soulless is good for one, gets another one. Wait a second. This car comes in, that's the second frag. HVDC, for a second I thought they had control, but suddenly I just dropped down to 1. Sanchir put in a 1v1, and even though NBeSports, they come in with a third party, they will also burn Sanchir down to very little HP.
This was not a required aggression for no use at all. HV just walks into a fight that they did not have to be a part of. And now, even NB Esports wants a piece of this pie. Sanchir might just not be able to go forward any further. And now we have the top 4 teams alive. That is going to be Stalwart Esports, IHC, NB Esports, and Mabetex Esports. These 4 teams very far away from each other. But IHC, what is going on? One of their players is literally walking right into the grasp of NB Esports and Stalwart Esports, trying to acquire more and more map area, but in the process, becoming super vulnerable.
I'm surprised to see Stalwart still surviving. Nirjay and Top still in the game because Action and IC were taken down very early on. But hey, let's see if they are able to make something out of this game. IHC is the only team with all the 4 players standing. NB Esports with 3. Okay, no, never mind. Mabetex also has 4 players still standing. But the problem is that they have the circle for now. They'll be constricted to a single compound though. And nades will make sure that NB Esports do not have a good time because even Mabetex is approaching this particular area. There's a pinned down to a tree and now some nades are also being thrown into his direction. It's not going to be easy for Nizet to survive. And even Tops, the only cover that he has is a fake one of a smoke that has just bloomed in front of him.
An illusionary safety for the side of Stalwart Esports. They have no hard cover to themselves, only and only surviving onto hidden areas. IHC, however, does get Godless taken down, which puts a winning chance onto them, but Stalwart Esports losing HP, losing players, not in a good position, gets taken down. Top 3 surviving onto the board. IHC, NB Esports, and Mabetex Esports. Even though NB Esports had a hard time coming into the circle, they are in here, into the top 3. One more time. The consistency on this team. Beautiful.
Yeah, well, again, it's another map where all these Mongolian teams have been dominating. And it's a fight for Team IHC, I'd say, to lose. Because look at this. They have zone control. NB Esports and Mabetex, they will fight amongst themselves. So there's no other option for NB Esports or Mabetex to cross this road except for fighting with IHC. And for all these things, they'll just get what, 30 seconds on the clock? Yeah, it's super difficult for them now. They do have that numbers advantage, I'd say, Mabetex Esports. But this is a little bit too much for the numbers to counter.
Not
Yo,
for
look
long.
at this. Already from across the road gets one. Desert goes down. Yeah, one of the players has been able to close in the distance. But that fight is against NB Esports and not against the players of Team ISC. Giro has been taken care of. NB, they have been able to get this fight relatively very cleanly. But yeah, Mondo now being burned because of the volley. Will be forced out in the open. A 30-meter run is what he has to do. and also has to deal with one more player of Team Mabetex Esports. So yeah, it's not going to be easy at all for Mabetex from this particular situation, and even for Team NBeSports.
NBeSports tried to aggress across the wall, and in the leap, in the vault action itself, got taken down by Mabetex Esports. Now it's slightly difficult. Two players surviving
Yeah,
on the sides of
1v4.
NBeSports. There's three on the side of IHC, and there's low HP on Alex. He does get himself back on feet. Mondo trying to get back into this fight. 1v3 across the road. There's quite some distraction that can be created, and in the
GG.
meanwhile, the capitalization will happen, gets taken down, and here's the victory for IHC that was being awaited. Second position for NB Esports, not bad to begin with, but still IHC will take the dinner that they have been keeping their fans open for.
A very necessary one. A very necessary one for the side of Team IHC Esports. I mean, a good attempt from the other two teams, NB Esports and Mabetex. But yeah, they were just a little bit unlucky. And with 5 eliminations, IHC, they get that chicken dinner.
Make it clap.
Welcome back, everyone, one more time into PMPL SA 2023 fall season. I'm your host, Anna, and with me on desk is Fritz. We have just witnessed another dominating run onto the map of Miramar, and I am interested to hear all the details, all the deets. Spill me the tea.
Hey, Miramar was a fun map. That's what
It
I'll say.
was.
From the very starting of the game, we did see some action just because of the
Yep.
way the plane path was. We did see a lot of teams dropping into each other's drop spots. The early battles happened. A nades to their own faces
Yes.
was the cause of elimination for a lot of teams. And even though I missed one of the details, I'd say NB Esports or maybe it was team some other team around. They were trying to help their own teammate who was left with very little HP, but blast the vehicle around him. I think without knowing, because there was a smoke in front of him and he got knocked out. I don't exactly remember the name. I'll have to rewind and check. But that was again another one of those moments where you are not helping your teammate while you're thinking you are. So moments like these have to be controlled. Come on, nades to your own face won't help you a lot going forward into the game. So let's try and cut these things short and maybe play a cleaner game the next time around, because these are really basic mistakes which should not really occur in this lobby. But yeah, towards the end of the game, IHC, Mabetex, NB Esports, a well-fought battle, but I'd say IHC were a little bit lucky in terms of zone prediction. For some reason, they opted to go out completely in the open, and they only had one team to fight against. That was Stalwart Esports, and not even team. They were just two players of Stalwart Esports lying all
True.
around. It was an easy wipe for them. And then the other two teams had to fight amongst each other and then cross the road. That's where IHC had that advantage. They used it perfectly and were able to secure that chicken.
Absolutely. I do see the coach side of you coming up quite a lot, though, Fritz,
I
because
mean,
you
not even
are.
code. That's just even the people who were there in chat were pointing this one out. These are really mistakes which cannot occur. I won't even say should not. They just cannot. These are basic things that have to be. It's like firing a gun on your own teammate, but you don't have team damage in this game. That's how bad I feel when I see players just blasting themselves off with those nades.
I get that, but as a caster, I enjoy seeing that because that's just
Okay.
fun.
Mhm.
I mean, as a coach, yeah, you would feel like, okay, this is something that's not really acceptable. But as a caster,
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, that's some entertainment that I've been waiting for, and I'm
Mhm.
pretty excited to see more of it happen. I'm not going to tell anyone not to blast themselves. Go ahead, do it. Do it. Well, in the meanwhile, EPDC, look at the way these guys have risen up. They did not have a good run the last time, but this time they are taking away the damage advantage from the side of 4MV, and this time with 6 flags on hand, Aero being the one with 1154 damage to his name. Well done.
For sure, this time around it's more of a mid squad, not just 4MV. But yeah, these are the top players for the game. Let's also have a look at how the overall game went. So we'll have some more statistics too. Aero was the top fragger in the entire lobby, getting 6 to his name, and even the stats match 1100 damage to his name. So he did not steal a lot of frags, just like some other guy the previous time around. But yeah, Ryuk with the
You're
highest number of
pointing to Mr.
assists,
Foro.
and yeah, it's just a little game that I like to play.
I
Just
see, I
make
see.
just trying to entertain our audience. But yeah, most healing done for 484. This number will go very high, I suppose, in the map of Sanhok, which I'm excited to see. But yeah, talking about this game, okay, even though IHC got that chicken because they did not have enough number of elimination points, it's high voltage who got 13 in the early stages, who are on top in the leaderboard.
Exactly, by one single point, one single extra point put IHC onto the second position and High Voltage DC onto the first one. Well done by these teams. However, 4MV with one single point, not really looking good, but if you add it up to their last score, they do still maintain their first position because 27 is nowhere near any other team that is going to be able to actually cross 8 forward. But yeah, talking about Stalwart Esports, Tops is definitely having quite some consistent performance, even though the team only survives with only 2 players towards the ending of the circles. But every single time, this guy is making sure that he is showing up into the top players. He was on the 4th position the last match, he is on the 4th position this match. But if you keep staying consistent, you might be on the 1st position overall.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, if you're consistently performing, that's where you'll find the best possible results. And see, High Voltage DC, they started off on a good note, 13 frags
They
to their
did.
name, and that's a very big number to start off with. And just getting what 5 placement points, they have
3,
to
I
improve,
guess.
obviously. Oh, okay, 3. So that
Yep.
even makes it a little bit smaller number. So you just have to work on how you place in the entire game, and that will really help you out in the future stages, in the future games. But yeah, that was it for the map of Miramar. Those were the statistics too. Now the next game will be that map of Sanhok, and as we
Yep.
all know, that's a map where the players just love to lie down and shoot through the grass.
Yep, a map where you know everyone is a snake in your backpack. But well, I do love the map of Sanhok for multiple reasons. One, it's a tiny little map, so as you mentioned, there's a lot of laziness regarding rotations because we want to get into the fights as soon as possible. But on Sanhok, you get to take your own time to actually rotate because it's a tiny little map. You can go from one end to the other in no time at all. However, the one team that will not be able to enjoy Sanhok today is gonna be the ones that survive in Group C. Group C is gonna be sitting this one out, and right after this one, we have the cherry on top, the TDM.
Hey, that's an interesting addition. Plus, even price pool on it. Hey, sign me up. That's going to be a very interesting and a very fun game to watch. But yeah, Sanhok, this is again one of those maps which I'm excited to see only because I'd like to see how these teams deal with each other once they do not even spot them. Because the previous time when we saw the buggies being run over, the frags coming in, at that time the DBS was a viable weapon. I think it has already been
Yes.
nerfed in some patch and is not that good. We'll have to see. I don't quote me on that. We'll still have to see how it has been. It will be used because I still remember 6 months ago, whenever I used to cast PUBG Mobile, we used to have this conversation that on the map of Miramar, the only weapons viable right now are ARs. Shotguns were never a part of the conversation. But recently, when that
Precisely.
DBS went from a drop weapon to a regular spawn weapon, man, Miramar is seeing shotgun action. So we can see what will happen on a map of Sanhok.
Oh, this is gonna be quite chaotic, and chaos is what I wait for all through. Because, friends, where is the fun if nobody is getting hurt?
That's true. That's true. I mean,
We are
I'd
sadists. We want to
also,
see people talk.
I'd like to see some early fights, a little bit more. See, we did see fights happening here and there, but they just went one way, and most of them were, I'd say, self-inflicted damage. So I'd like to see a free and fair fight this time around. Bootcamp is going to be my choice of area
Same.
to see some fights early on, and let's see if that's the case or not.
Oh, okay. On Sanhok, actually, the plane path does not even really put a chance of, being favored for anyone, but it's still one going all the way from the center and right on top of boot camp. We are probably going to be able to see the kind of fights that we're waiting for. I am pretty excited to see what goes around on boot camp. That is going to be the point of, interest for me. But in the meanwhile, taking a look at the teams, they are quite dispersed for now. I want drop clashes. Come on, group up.
Yeah, that's one bad thing about Sanhok being such a small map, because you can drop anywhere, you can avoid those drop fights. That's not essentially bad for the teams, but bad for us as viewers. So yeah, if we do not see any drop fight, the first zone, I'd say only the first zone, because after that we do see a lot of battles happening. So after the first zone, it's essentially a good map to view. But yeah, right now I do see Stalwart Esports completely just spreading their wings all around boot camp. Look at this, 4 different players, 4 different corners. That is the confidence that they have while dropping in, because they know no one will be there to challenge them out.
True that. Stalwart Esports having quite some time to themselves into a very loot-rich area, which is going to be bootcamp. However, Paradise Resort is also going to be one of the places that can have quite some attraction for themselves. Dead. Okay, ASL and DE. Pretty close in proximity. An early battle about to happen, and I'm interested to see how many people even have their weapons right now.
Sussex. I mean, even Sussex and Slayer, they're more focused on the throwable utility that they have. These nades are going to be, I'd say, the charm for the players of Team DEADEYES guys, I suppose, because if they're able to connect a few of them, yeah, ASL will be in a lot of trouble. Chari has an off angle over here, so if someone tries to escape out the back, yeah, well, Chari will have your number. And it's just a duo for DEADEYES. I do see Shifu sir also try to rotate in from behind, but then that will make it a 3v3, or it will take a lot of time, and till then you'll have to survive. And let's see if ASL are able to close in the distance anytime soon or not.
In the meanwhile, however, the first blood gets drawn by Mabetex Esports. I am interested to see how the circle looks. Right now, we are going to have a northern shift, and every single team on the southern side is going to have quite some hard time going forward, because there's quite a lot of teams in a very little area. This is a highly, densely populated region, my friends, and in this region, DE is not going to be alive for long. Mabetex Esports, on the other hand, taking care of bad intentions. The first game went
Oh,
well,
good
but
night.
since after that, not able to survive for long.
Hey, Sus, he gets a knock, but is not applying pressure? Yeah, I mean, you know that Chari is providing Overwatch cover, but you should, I think, follow up with some more util, or just with yourself. Although he decides for his own teammates to come in with a backup. Shifu all out in the open. Throws in some return fire, but Precious, as soon as he enters the compound, he's just dead. And yeah, Shifu also does not have a lot of HP left with. So ASL, yes, they do lose a player over here, but look at this. What? The shotgun can do that? From that range, PP is able to get a knock without
Exactly.
any support. Huh?
I have no idea how this one turned out in their favor, but they did make it happen. You take one player from us, we are gonna take your whole team down, is the kind of mentality that ASL is going forward with right now. However, there is still one that sneaked away, and that got away player is gonna be one with a lot of potential to actually ratchet till the end. In the meanwhile, Bad Intentions becomes the
Oh,
last
wow, a
team
third
on the
party.
rank board, getting taken out first from the map, and Stalwart Esports losing players one after the other, however, trading well in exchange.
Yeah, that has been the story for Stalwart Esports.
All
I
true.
rarely see them in the past 2 games. I have rarely seen them play with all 4 standing. So they have lost players in the fight, and even I had wants a piece of the pie. Like, it wasn't enough for 3 teams to fight. They're the fourth ones around here. Although it's just only Domain till now. No one's there to help him out as such. But he is over here to see any knock players, and if he's able to secure some frag out of it. Now, Assassin will be bombarded, and Nirjat has a fairly good idea about his location. Not so much. I thought he knew exactly where he was, but he tosses a random nade, does not connect. Stalwart. They've got 3 points, but they've lost tops, which is essentially not a good trade. But let's see if IAWO also want to join in the action, because action has been taken away from Raw. So that's the fifth team taking interest in this particular compound. Man, it's so much trouble for all these teams who are trying to just hide around here.
The property rates are pretty high near boot camp right now because one after the other teams are going on trying to acquire the same exact spot. However, Stalwart Esports this time are going to have a harder time because their top player, Tops, has been taken out already. He was the first one to get picked from their side. In the meanwhile, though, JMEX still trying to capitalize onto IAWO, and now Illuminate is not going to be able to shine for long.
Ah, JMEX though. Let's see if they're able to get Orangey back into action, because he's very far away. Literally, they'll have to cross a road, and I don't think so that JMEX will even attempt to get that revival. On some other part of the map though, DRS has been facing a
Oh,
little
they
bit of a
arrived.
trouble. And okay, they had a vehicle, so nobody goes in, gets Orangey back up. So JMEX, they will still have 4 players standing.
That's right. You did say nobody will be doing that, and nobody is doing that. So, good enough. Nice prediction, friends. I got your back
Yeah,
here.
well, that's definitely something is happening, and I'd like to see something a player in this lobby, but yeah, that's not going to happen. But for a second, King of Spades, they're in a lot of trouble, and Mondo, he's like, yeah, well, I'm behind you, bro. Turn back, because if you won't, you will be turned out of the server, and that's exactly what happens. King of Spades. Second time I've seen them being eliminated. And this time, again, they don't have a lot of point. They literally have no point at all from this particular game. Zero.
Yup, and they had zero the last time as well. So I don't think they're gonna have a great first day. Hopefully, they'll have a better day tomorrow because we are gonna be coming in with more matches tomorrow as well. However, today we are still just on the third match, which is on the favorite map, that is Sanhok. The circle keeps shifting towards the north and players keep pushing through. HVDC had great time last time, this time still not into the circle, still struggling the blue, finally onto the vehicles trying to march their way back in, but are gonna be facing Leo and Seal once they enter. In the meanwhile, Mabetex Esports also going in from the eastern side will have to take care of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming if they want to have a safe entry. The circle again moving still to the northern side, and Cow seems to be a very precious spot right now.
Well, all these frags are also precious, and I
True
still
that.
see ASL and I8, just wandering about, hoping that any of these players of JMEX, they just peek and give into the crosshairs of their opponents. I I never understood this strategy. I've seen this being used in my region a lot too. Players just trying to hold 4 different compounds at the same time, especially in a map like Sanhok, where literally Frag and Galzen cannot support Orangey if they do not have a vehicle. Fortunately, they do. They do have a vehicle just in the back of this compound. But I mean, 4 different places so far away. What happens when a team like 4MV, which again is not playing in this game, just slams into you with 4 players? How will you help? How will you try to provide some backup? Because you will be busy in fights of your own. You will be pinned down by different teams around. So I still wholeheartedly say that that's not the best possible strategy. But hey, seems to be working. So who am I to complain about?
That's right. We don't have much complaining because I am seeing quite some fights and they are all rewarding to watch. However, there are quite a few teams that are taking a lot of loss in this trade of frags. In the meanwhile, we can see Leo still struggling to find a spot inside the circle. It's a very crowded southern region, and entry itself is gonna be a hard no. Mabetex Esports does have a clear opening near Mongnai, and they are going to be able to enter in. But once they do, will they be able to sustain the spot? Is going to be a big question. We do see one player from the side of Raw officials still sustaining himself onto Harden, but the bridge is going to be quite difficult to navigate out of. So let's see how the rotation happens, whether it's going to be through water or through the bridge. That's the question I'm still looking for an answer for.
What a wave. what a big whiff from Ryuk. I mean, he should have been able to get that frag, or at least that knock, but somehow Domain still survives. And high voltage DC, they just are trying to continue their previous run. They have already looted Paradise Resort, so they do have good decent loot. I see 5 smokes available for Rio, good number of healings too. The only thing he lacks is the boosters, and I think that is something that his team will provide if necessary. But yeah, HVDC, they will have to just make sure that they are not the ones who will be surprised by this snake lurking around in the grass, who is named Domain.
Domain is on a whole other dominion right now. He might just be able to catch someone off guard from the side of HVDC. However, he will get traded off, but if he takes a player down, he makes it easier to have HVDC fall to the ground soon as possible. In the meanwhile, Seal doing the same to Leo, and Leo just losing one player. The support is far, far away, but there's a lot of smoke screen in the way, and these mirrors are going to give them enough time to go ahead and rescue their fallen comrade. Scooby sniffing around, trying to find out where exactly to have his gun pointed at to make sure that Leo does not survive.
Yeah, well, seeing right now, they have been pinned down, and literally Soul has been pinned down to a single tree. So Liquid just try to finish off that frag, but Soul escapes. Yeah, that's not the weapon for the job. I would just be completely out of here if Liquid is able to get that knock with the DBS, because that's not the range a shotgun should be used at. Although I've been surprised in the previous map, with not in the previous map, I'd say even in this map, the shotguns have been very powerful. What a 30-meter knock is what I've seen with the S12K. So I just cannot take it anymore with these shotguns. But yeah, Yeta Uta right now, just closing in the distance. Fearless has been taken down, and somehow Slipknot had access to an AUGA3. So he has looted the drop. That means level 3 helmet and vest too. That will help Leo a lot in this battle that is yet to come. Scooby down on the ground. I think Kirito is trying to get that revival, but as soon as he sees Yeta Uta from a different angle, yeah, he says, well, I'm out. I'll try to get some survival points, but yeah, that's also not the case. Being closed in. DBS, good for one. He even secures that frag. Even though Yeta Uta was in front of him, was not able to save Leo Esports. Yes, a good squad elimination, but they won't be able to take all the 4 players towards the other side.
Absolutely, you do need all fours onto the ground for yourself to actually survive. They're your foundation pillars, after all. But well, in the meanwhile, NBeSports, again, one of the top teams in the server right now, doing good, performing consistently, one after the other. Every single map they are being tested, they are having the right answers to all the questions posed to them. In the meanwhile, Domain still trying to look for a frag onto HVDC, unable to find one just yet, but constantly scoping. However, in this struggle, will he get spotted? Because if he does, there is no support that can arrive right on time. There's still quite some distance between the rest of the players. And to go ahead and be able to support, they are going to have to run through the grass, not crawl, which is not going to be an easy task to go
Oh,
for. Oh, Assassin, though. He's going to take one.
no, he should not, because he's all alone and shooting will give away his location. Now he can, because he knows that both these players are in front of him and nobody would come in to stab him in the back. But meanwhile, Viper has been able to get that knock onto RNG, and JMEX, yeah, they'll have to start off with their revival operations once again.
Quite some discipline from the side of Assassin. Still watching to see if there are more players coming in from the side of ASL, but well, there's just one. Alrighty, the blue zone, the danger zone is on to you. Assassin has to go back into the fight, does not secure a frag, loses right after the knock, and now ASL is not going to survive into the game any further. We do have 10 teams still on board with 34 players in total into the server. But is that gonna be enough? Because we see Stalwart Esports again, one more time, as usual,
Oh,
with only 2 players.
yeah, well, Aero was not ready for a push like that. And now Octopus is cooking an nade, just confirming that frag, I think, onto Aero. Yeah, the nade, though, was onto Ryuk, I think. I miscalculated the trajectory, and now Ryuk will be bombarded once again. There is some damage being dealt, But also, Octopus is all alone. But the support comes in from guess what who? It's IC from Stalwart Esports, another third party in the process.
There's quite some damage that got dealt, and HVDC, even after finding themselves a good enough place, does not find one onto the leaderboard, does not find one onto the rankings. NBeSports gets into one with JMEX, loses right away, does not survive even with that shotgun because the range just did not favor at all. JMEX, only 2 players, cannot survive the one fallen. It's gonna be a one single player ratting around onto the map, and that too under the pressure of the blue without any healings available to himself. Has to get up and run in. If gets spotted, will not have another day to look at, and frag will get fragged out by Viper. Wiped clean is JMEX from this particular map.
Yeah, Sanhok hasn't been kind to all these teams, ASL, HVDC. Most of them have died to third parties. That's the worst thing about it. Because they were not even offered a fair fight. But here again, we do see NBeSports taking a battle against the players of Team Raw officials who just have 3 members. And again, I8 as well joining the party. So Akaz now feels very uncomfortable because he does not have an angle to work with.
This is gonna be a hard explore. He needs to find an angle and in the process also cover his own feet, cover his own footsteps. But in the meanwhile, Raw officials surviving hardly and now not at all. 7 teams on board with not much to the favor of Stalwart Esports. But we know this team. They do have just 2 at their disposal. But that's the story every single time. They still make it to top 5.
NBeSports though, they had to get back Eugene in the game, and that's exactly what they do. But now with just 7 teams surviving, NBeSports, they do have a good chance overall. The players being patched up, heal back up, and now have to move inside the zone 100 meters with 2 different teams in front of you. Yeah, well, that's not going to be easy at all. Let's see how does NBeSports deal with it, because they are the ones who are on top in terms of the leaderboard till now. But then IAWO also have their numbered. Even T2K would be interested if they try to cross the open grounds. All these are difficult things to work with.
T2K has great domination onto the map. Right now they're inside the circle. They have quite a few compounds to their disposal. They do look like one of the strongest contenders onto this chicken dinner and this final meal. But in the meanwhile, Leo Esports getting into one with SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. And is that gonna be SKYLIGHTZ's name written across these clouds? Does not seem so. Does not seem so just yet, because Leo is not even gonna stay long enough to actually keep committing to the fight. SKYLIGHTZ will have to take their motors and run away, roaming off of the area, leaving everything to the control of Leo.
Stalwart Esports though, with just 2 players, they've been able to get so far away in the game. Now Nima is not expecting Lizard to be here, so he will be in for a surprise. And SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, how many players do they have? I think they still have 2 to 3 players standing. Nima goes down, the trades are still not there, but it is Nirzat from Stalwart Esports who will stab them in the back. And pardon me, SKYLIGHTZ, they have all the 4 players standing. Now Slipknot, the last one surviving from Leo Esports, struggling with the blue. But as soon as he comes inside the zone, I think he will be dealt with by the players of Team Stalwart Esports.
SKYLIGHTZ Gaming might just not survive for long enough. They are gonna have quite some damage coming their way, and T2K looks like it is the time to kill. It is the time to eat. It is the time to have quite some chickens on. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, Stalwart Esports, T2K, the only 3 on the board right now with 10 players. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming trying to invest into a fight with Stalwart Esports. Does have IC on a very low HP. Will nade him through. But with this, we have a 4v4 on our hands, and SKYLIGHTZ already has one knocked down by T2K. The revival will happen, but the survival, will that?
Yeah, well, that's the biggest question. Now with just 2 teams of 4v4, T2K, they should have read the kill feed and knew that they had an advantage. But now they are trying to bombard the players of SKYLIGHTZ. But the good thing is SKYLIGHTZ, they realize this. They know that this utility that will be expended by the players of Team T2K will harm them a lot. So they decide to reposition and hit the entire city, because that's where they'll have a lot of cover. Although this region of Cow is again not a territory to be trifled with. Rig, he has another nade in his favor. He is cooking it out, but won't be able to land it perfectly. But T2K exactly have that idea how to tackle the players of Team SKYLIGHTZ. Let's see if they're able to execute that idea or not.
T2K looking really hungry. The match is now about to end. We have two teams on hands. Cow is the region, and it's calling out to all the hungry players from the side of T2K to march on to SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. But is SKYLIGHTZ prepared for this? We do know they are a dominating team. But will they be able to take this one
Oh,
down?
good nade.
Yes, they will. A great nade landing right onto T2K. But there's an exchange coming in from the side of T2K as well. Onto Nima. Takes a knock. Makes an advantage. Will this go forward? I am sweating in anticipation.
They are trying to use these verticalities of these to their advantage. And now Turulov has a great angle. Although, I think Mr. Boro knows, because of which he is tossing those nades to his direction. And for some reason, T2K, they allow this revival. Oh well, not for long, because Nima has been taken care of, and even Drake finds another pick onto Mafia Ninja. Two players burned out, but Rick has to be careful because Fear's not alone, but he has a nade in his hand. Worst timing ever. And now T2K closing in. Boro, a 1v4. Let's not avoid these isolated duels. But hey, you're able to finally win it. And T2K end the game with a chicken dinner.
An early call, an early win. Winner chicken dinner going right into the fans of T2K. And they are gonna have quite some meal. A lot to chew on. They did bite a big apple. Did not have enough to actually go through with, but they managed and they did it well. I mean, SKYLIGHTZ came in with all fours. T2K had all fours as well. But this last fight had to be rewarding for just one, and that name is gonna be T2K Esports.
Make it clap.
Welcome back everyone to PMPL SA 2023 Fall Season. I'm your host Anna, and with me on desk is Spades, and we are entering into quite some fun games today. The starting itself, I Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, all three pretty well studied, pretty well arranged in a manner that had excitement and enjoyment all through. But let's take a look at what happened at Sanhok.
Yeah.
Spades, any lights you want to shed?
I mean, first of all, finally, thank you so much, Nepali region, for showing that great of a performance. I loved the way these guys played overall and the confidence that they portrayed. Also, the players of the other teams. I mean, most of the time, the first fight that we saw, I think it was between ASL and one more team. But that particular fight was taken into interest by 5 different teams. I mean, that's
Yes.
a very big number to just think of. And especially it was outside the zone after the second zone. And still the teams were fighting all over it. This is why I love Sanhok. I mean, it's not just about one fight. It's about the entire game, how it goes out. And yes, we did had a small of, I'd say, a little bit dead end, or dead mid phase where the teams were just holding their compound. But as soon as the zone started shifting, again those third parties came in. I saw at least 80% of the frags from the players who were not even looking at their opponent. Sometimes it was the snakes that just were able to get those frags. Most of the time it was the third parties. So yeah, This map of Sanhok went very well, and would love to see some similar performance coming in from the other different teams as well.
Exactly. Leo Esports, however, even though they did not get themselves a very good position, they did have Slipknot coming all the way on top as one of the top players for the day. 4 eliminations, 810 damage, good enough to survive on a map of Sanhok because here everything is tightly knit. You do not get much chance to actually heal yourself and come back into the fight because you are once done and dusted, and that's about it.
That's true. I mean, a great job done by Slipknot Rig to rule out. But we'll also have some other players. Mostly it's from Leo Esports. Seems to be they had a great game. We'll have to look at the overall standings to confirm that. The highest elimination number has been achieved by 2 rule up. That is 4, followed by Slipknot with 810 being the highest damage. I thought that this number in terms of HP healing would be a lot higher, but it's just 424. So that means no heal battle available this time around.
Exactly. But look at T2K. Finally shining bright onto the sky. 10 points for the placement, 11 for the eliminations, and they have a 21 in total, which is a good enough number because we saw that the highest that we reached today has been 27, and 21 is close enough. At least it's in the line of 20, to be honest.
Yeah, exactly. 11 frags is a good thing. It's something I call average in terms of when you get the number of when you get that chicken dinner for yourself. 10 is bare minimum. 11 is a good number. So 21 points overall in that game. Roy Sports, ASL, yeah, these teams did not have a good game this time around. Let's see if they're able to get themselves back up in the following map.
I'm really worried for King of Spades. They did not have any good games today. And by good games, I mean even a single point to
Yeah, that's
themselves.
true.
They have been struggling onto that 0. And I know the 0 is wholesome, it's a complete circle, but you gotta break out of it. Break out of that bubble. This sphere is not where you belong. This sphere will not carry you to safety. And you definitely gotta make sure that there's a number that is being followed by a 0 for you to actually be able to survive and make it into
I mean,
the grand
this
finals.
this makes me remember the players of team Bad Intentions X CMF, where they were struggling in a lot of ways, a lot of different games. It was just not going their way, but towards the end, they were able to show a little bit of an improvement. Is what I'll say. They were able to get
True.
those 5-6 points every game, and they climbed up over a little bit overall. Although they were not able to qualify for the grand finals, but at least they showed improvement. And this time around, they've been playing a little bit better than the previous time. So that shows the progress that these teams have been able to make. But talking about overall standings, after 3 matches for some of the teams, Stalwart Esports, they sit on top with 32.
How though? They literally have just 2 players every single match surviving and still making sure that those 2 players are enough. Imagine what will happen if they have all 4 still going forward. Stalwart doing great to begin with. Commercial Vibes had a great game in the beginning, but now they are not able to find their grounding any further. They are stuck onto that 28. However, NBeSports, again, another consistent team, hardly a 3-point difference from Stalwart Esports. I'm looking forward to these teams. They all 3 are looking good right now, but page 2, that's just a sad story. All the way from Bad Intentions until DRS, we don't even have a double digit.
Yeah, that's a little bit unfortunate. Although it's still early days, still early games, where you can just call it off like, yeah, guys, it was just a bad day. We will hopefully bounce back tomorrow, or maybe we will just hopefully bounce back in our next game. So yeah, for now it can be excluded. But yeah, King of Spades, Venom D, and DRS, they at least should open their account today so that they're able to get at least 10 points in the next 2 games.
Yup, that would definitely be an optimal situation. But looking at the way the day has been going on, it's about time to have a surprise element
Oh,
come
yeah.
into play. And we are gonna have the TDM onto the map of Arena in very short time. In the meanwhile, let's take a look at what already happened. We have I Erangel, which was won by 4MV. We had Miramar, won by IHC. Sanhok, won by T2K. That means there is constant switch into which team takes the chicken, but the things that do not change are Stalwart Esports and NBeSports. These 2 teams have been constantly contributing to their overall leaderboard standings and still sustaining the first and second positions without any chickens to their names.
Yeah, I mean, the way that these teams have played, it has been really amazing. But I'm excited to see this first game of TDM. That's what I want to see, how these teams play. You know, in a 4v4 battle, first to 40 wins. That's something I'm really excited to move forward to. The other thing that I'm concerned about in these series, I'd say in the league stages, consistency. 4MB gets a good game,
True.
the second game is not the best possible game. The only team that has been consistent has been Stalwart Esports. 3 games, 2 players surviving, 3 players surviving in one of these games, and they're still on the top of the leaderboard. Yes, 4MB is yet to play another game, and the difference between Stalwart and 4MB is just of 4 points. But I still remember this has been the story for the entirety of the tournament, the previous tournament. It was only 4MB and STE on the top. So I'd like to see some other teams stepping up. And yeah, that's about the league. But hey, let's jump into the TDM battle. Game number 1 is ready, and it's DEADEYES guys versus Team Abrupt Slayers.
Well, DRS guys, they are gonna be looking pretty good on this one because they have yet to cover up for what they have been messing on to. Early raid onto own self? Alrighty, I will take my words back.
But this time around, this won't matter a lot. But the Groza will, which has already been able to give a good early lead to the players of Team ASL. The trade's also happening down warehouse. From mate, he is still controlling and just holding angles and dishing out a lot of damage.
Mate is having quite some good time for himself, and in the meanwhile, the support will arrive in the form of Gangster. Going all haywire onto the area, making sure that he watches the door that is used to peek onto Mate. A good position for the side of Sleepy as well, but well, ASL, they are losing players one after the other. However, still on the doubles of the leaderboard counting.
Yeah, ASL though they do have a fair lead, and they also have fair ground control as well. I mean, all these players are not being awarded easy 1v1. Look at that. Assassin had a cheeky angle. There's a player in warehouse to support Assassin. 2 players on the left hand side. So they sort of have a formation and have an idea on how to play the game. Made though a very cheeky angle from Shifu over there. Yes, that frag. Gangstar trades out Chipku sir, and all these trades finally realize, guys, they've been able to bring down the numbers to 8.
Absolutely, Trickster had quite an interesting position to himself and he's still continuing to hold on to it. Anyone entering the warehouse does get taken down, but now the same exact cheeky gameplay is coming in from the side of Sleepy as well. Now he is wide awake into the game.
Yeah, well, there's not a lot of support inside warehouse this time around. Slayer all alone and will be taken down. Yeah, Assassin gets that frag. Easy job done. ASL once again getting their lead back.
ASL constantly dominating, just like their name saying Domination Crew. Right now, Dada is also following the same name, dying constantly. But in the meanwhile, they are trying to go back up and serve the same dish to the other side. In the meanwhile, you do see quite some area control coming in from the side of Trickster. He has quite a good angle, but in the meanwhile, we are seeing Slayer Sir trying to participate into a fight that wasn't meant for him.
I do not see a lot of players sliding around, which I mean, why
Should
why
be.
aren't the players abusing that particular move? But yeah, let's see. Again, Chifu sir completely caught off guard. Slayer also goes down. There's a trade on Rix available, although not taken. That's a good cover
Wow.
fire for the players of team ASL. And Deadeye, it's like the players of Deadeye guys, they're like, we'll go in solo, we'll try to take these 1v2s, not realizing how deadly the Groza is in close range angles.
Absolutely. Look at ASL. They are close enough to actually close this whole thing off. One more frag to their name and they will be 75% done towards the goal. Look at their domination coming in from the side of ASL Domination Crew. Deadeye guys are still trying to just spawn and move around in this area, which is very little for them because the most control goes to ASL.
Yeah, well, the game's done because look at that, 33-20. There's no way you can come back from that sort of a score line. It's very difficult to do so because the 7 frags for ASL, you will catch those players while not looking at you. Now the adjustment that has been made by the players of Deadeye guys is to not give the early peaks, but I think Chipku just went a little bit too ahead of himself. Rewards another frag for ASL, and a lucky nade from Sleepy will also get the job done, as ASL are just 4 away from securing this first CDM.
just 10% away from the goal that they have to acquire, and one more frag coming in, but this one will not go into the favor of ASL. They do have the capitalization onto the HP bar, will be able to participate into the fight, coming in, slamming down, and that will be into the ground. Another one buried 6 feet deep.
3 away. ASL, they're playing it a little bit passive. They do not want to give away any sort of a comeback story to the players of Team DEADEYES, guys. And Chippu is always so aggressive. Deals a lot of damage. He's even able to get those frags. Wait a second. They got 10 frags to their name, but yeah, finally, ASL, they trade one back and just one away from being the victors. And
I've
Mate is already enjoying
spotted.
it.
They've already spotted who to take down. Trickster is already in range, but they have quite some backup arriving from the side of DEADEYES. Guys, this is looking recoverable. Is it gonna be possible? 6 more frags for the side of DEADEYES, guys, to equalize the score. Make it 5. They have one more on their board. Will ASL find one before DEADEYES finds 5?
Hey, that's a great recovery though. I mean, down what, 18? And now you're just down 4. The A is being exchanged and Mate is trying to get in. He is trying to get that frag. Has a flash
Oh, the head
available
is
to break
visible.
the crossfire. The flash is there.
Runs away.
Moves towards warehouse. But there's no frag available. There's no frag available till now. The pre-fire around the corner. Slayer super low. The flash is burning in. And Assassin with the final blow. ASL, they will move forward in the upper brackets. And DEADEYES, guys, unfortunately, the Cinderella comeback could not happen and they're out of the tournament.
It was a
TDM.
great attempt, but TDM again has a single elimination bracket system, so you are not gonna have another chance until the TDM matches.
Yes.
And the one moving forward is gonna be ASL DominationCrew. They were doing great since the beginning, but the recovery that happened from the side of DEADEYES, guys, I'm impressed. Page me red.
Yeah. I mean, they were definitely hoping for a comeback. 20-34, I think, was the scoreline when I last saw it. And suddenly it was 39-35. It was a good attempt, but it is always the team with that early advantage who has that momentum, to carry forward. And that's how they were able to essentially close out the game. A good run by the side of Team DRS, a good attempt, but it's Team ASL who will be playing, I think, against Stalwart Esports in their upper bracket game now.
Yep, and that's gonna be one more round that comes in, but we'll have to wait for that a little bit. We still have quite a lot coming in for you guys today, and that is the next generic match of the day. I am
Yes.
pretty excited to see what happens now because this time Group B is gonna be sitting out.
Erangel. Erangel is that particular map which you're talking about. And Erangel as a map is, again, a very defaulty, my favorite one. I think most of our viewers would also agree with the same. They would love Erangel because Miramar, come on, guys. I think we all know which is the best possible map in terms of Miramar or Erangel. So I'd say Erangel is going to be a very good map, a very interesting one. And let's see how these teams compete against each other. Last time around, the circle just went crazy, went all the way down south. Easy victory
Yes.
for 4MV. Let's see if this time around the circle is a little bit friendly with the teams on the main island or not.
I want not. I like the chaos.
Another southern circle.
Yeah, I love Southern Circles because of the chaos that it creates, because there's just way too little gap for you to actually navigate into the area, and that just creates a lot of ruckus, and that's what I'm here for. I want to see everything fall to the ground, including players. But well, let's take a look at the TDM match we just saw. DEADEYES, guys, lost to ASL DominationCrew, who are going forward and as expected are going to be fighting against Stalwart Esports. Now, from here, Stalwart Esports and ASL Domination will be fighting off. Whoever wins will go into round 3 and will be opposed by whoever wins between IHC Esports and We Own Illuminate.
Yep, IHC versus Vion Illuminate would be an interesting match. But tomorrow we'll have Seal versus Venom DE. So round 1 matches are already. So once already round 1 matches are completed, we will see Stalwart and ASL back in action. Stronger, FAKELOVE and Bad Intentions is also an interesting game. Plus King of Spades and JMEX. See, these CDM battles only mean one thing, that your team, in terms of individual brilliance, how much can you perform? Because team play is not that great in TDMs. It's only your individual skill and your individual prowess with the weapon you have in hand. Mostly ASL players were seen with Grozas, which you won't find in the main game unless you try and explore every possible airdrop that comes your way. So it's just a fun thing, a fun side thing, and I've seen good play coming in from ASL.
Absolutely, absolutely. And that has put another star to over today's day. But well, we do have to get back into the schedule and make sure that we watch Miramar because again, this is gonna be one big match for the day. We do have to see which teams are gonna survive this because right after this, we are gonna be serving you the mighty jungle Erangel.
Let's go, Irangel. My favorite map, but that's the final one. Oh, never mind. I thought this is the map of Irangel that we'll see right now, but instead it's Miramar. It's Miramar for now. Which group B would be sitting out? So
Yep.
okay, I exactly do not remember the group, but yeah, A C D E. We will have 4MV back into action. So yeah, that fight between 4MV and Stalwart Esports. Would just wait for it.
Absolutely, because 4MV definitely would want to topple Stalwart Esports and make sure
Yes,
that
they
they claim their
absolutely will.
first throne. And I'm pretty excited to see how that happens and turns out
Mhm.
because Stalwart Esports itself is going to have this one as the last match for the day. They are not going to be able to go ahead and play Erangel because only 4 games for each team in a day. That's how we keep it. Simple,
Yep.
sorted, sweet. Let me take sweet off of this. There's a lot of fight going on.
Yeah, that's correct. Miramar is not going to be sweet for most of these teams. And I did see a lot of struggle also happening around, a lot of nails to your own faces. That fortunately did not happen a lot in this Sanhok map. Hope so, it just continues the same way. We just see raw
Yep.
4v4 fights
Fingers
where
crossed.
team and utility is used on your opponents and not on yourself. Another thing that is still missing, I see the flashbang has been recently buffed, but it seems to be that none of these teams are giving any sort of love to that particular util. I'd
No
like to
respect.
see these players try and use those flashes because again, Miramar is a very open map, and maybe a flash in the sky will flash everyone around you.
Absolutely, unless you are a team that loves to stay in the sky like SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. But well, in any case, look at our players ready to dive right into the match with their parachutes all packed in, and the plane will take them all the way from Impala to La Cobreria. This is literally the same plane path, but just opposite. Like last time we saw it coming in from La Cobreria to Impala, now it's going from Impala to. It's the same flight going on its return way, guys.
Yeah, it's just the destination that has changed. So no problem whatsoever. Impala, La Cobriara. Although this time around you can really maybe glide or maybe run towards Chumasera. Chumasera will be a city that will be available for you to drop. But yeah, the rest of the cities down south, Ladrila, Montenevo, yeah, well, you're not reaching there without the presence of a vehicle.
True
So that
that.
is something that the team will have to work around with. Also, some of these teams, I'd say four of these teams will be new to the map, so we still might see some early drop clashes as well.
Absolutely, absolutely. I'm waiting to see that happen. But in the meanwhile, let's take a look at what teams have already taken their drops. We are seeing quite a couple teams going towards Puerto Parecio, where I am expecting to see a drop clash happen. It's not a very huge city, so we will definitely see these teams trying to fight off to see which one actually survives. And look at that. As expected, the bullets are being shot in already, and I don't see DE with very good weapons on their hands. For close range fights, Uzi is gonna do the job just well enough, but you do gotta make sure that you're close.
Exactly, and the fights have already started. Look at this. Hero has been able to trade out his opponent and will be able to get the revivals too because the other players are not anywhere near to give any sort of support or to take the advantage of the two knock players of Team HPDC. So, in theory, another good start for high voltage this time around.
Absolutely, and bad intentions just not having any good luck to their favor right now. Bad is their situation, not just intentions. And look at that machete kill going right through bad intentions, picking that one off. But right now, it seems like HVDC off to a good start, and in the meanwhile, also see losing 2 players to DEADEYES guys. After that TDM not running their way, they are trying to turn this Miramar in their favor.
Ah, CD Sports and DE Venom. All right, that's a fight for
Yes.
DE Venom to win because Seal they do not have a lot of backup and Fearless only has a shotgun to his name. Now that the angle he has taken has a Uzi around it, so that can be a weapon that can be used to provide some sort of a backup. And for some reason, DE Venom, as soon as they heard two different players of Team CD Sports, they just paused around this compound.
They are all parked into the compound, but they are having one player still surrounding, trying to wrap things up, making sure that Seal can be caught the moment they enter in. Very low HP onto Riley, trying to recover. Still waiting for the shots to be fired. The wall is in the way, the doorway is open, but there's a bait structure created from the side of Seal, trying to enter in. However, the crossfire is good from the side of Venom.
Fearless can do one thing: just get in, get knocked, get out. Because if someone decides to push in, Kirito is present over there with Overwatch. So
True.
that's what angle Seal can try and abuse. But Rambo opting out for a different angle, opting out for a different place and a different play maybe. And Seal again just wasting their time. Both these teams are just wasting their time right now because they both of them have to move 1800 meters inside the zone. The only good thing is Seed have the outskirts of the city, so they essentially have boxed in the players of Team D, Venom, and Domi finally find that opening. Scooby down on the ground, and now the push begins. Fearless trying to hold them out by himself. Soulless is already out of the game, so only Fearless and Kirito survive.
Well, Fearless gets taken down as well, and now it's two men loss on the side of Seal. Two people are bleeding out. One has already been taken out of the game completely, and now it's Kirito completely carrying the fortress all by himself. On the other side, though, even Venom is trying to go ahead and recover the fallen comrades, trying to get back into the game. But in the meanwhile, the frags will be confirmed by Krita. Let's see how far this goes, because right now, as you said, the time is getting wasted quite a bit. The sooner you finish this fight, the sooner you can start your run towards the circle with the kind of weapons that you like. And look at that swap coming in.
That's the problem with these early fights outside the zone. That even if I'd say a D Venom win, do they really win? Because no weapons, you have to move 1800 meters inside the zone, and I do not see a vehicle near you anytime soon. So you essentially will be having a lot of damage done on yourself while trying to get inside the zone and hoping and praying that there is no team available in one of the cities so that you're at least able to complete your loot. And that is again still a very big possibility that Seal, even though they've lost two players, they take one down with them because Rambo's completely all alone. These players are coming one by one. So, I mean, even if they win the fight, they've essentially lost in the overall game, and the bigger
True
picture is
that.
not being seen by the players of Team DE Venom.
Absolutely. This is really not one to actually invest in, but they have put their money in and they are trying to get as many returns as possible. Maybe they're trying to survive on the fact of frag points itself. In the meanwhile, though, look at HVDC. Pretty close to the circle, have three frags to themselves, hasn't lost a single player, looking good for the beginning, and every single game they are trying to find themselves a great opening. Will they be able to follow through with it is gonna be the biggest question. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming in a very good position right now, just dropped down real close to La Cobreria, will be inside the circle and will have a great position. Needs to redeem the last match that they did not win. However, Seal finally losing one more. Now it's a 1v4, so most probably gonna end soon enough.
Yep. I mean, let's see what is the maximum that he can do. Kirito gets one knock, but the trade is essentially there. So D Venom will be able to get all the 4 defeat points in their backpack, but now we'll have to move away because the blue zone has already started to shrink in.
This is gonna be the time to run. It was a flight or fight moment. They chose to fight before they could take their flight, and now they are gonna be missing all the coming planes that can actually save their life. In the meanwhile, however, DRS still trying to find their grounding. Stalwart Esports in an optimal position all the way into the center of the circle near Hacienda del Patron, one of the most highlighted places of the map of Miramar, alongside is however DRS that is going to be initiating a fight soon enough. This battle is going to attract quite a lot of attention.
Oh yes, I mean, see, for now the play zone as well is in a very usual spot. Last time around it went all the way to Impala, so it's far better than the previous time around because more towards the mainland. And I do see Stalwart Esports right down the center. We do also have Dead Eyes guys coming around the corner, ASL as well. So most of these teams not stopping around the extremities. They all want to be as close as possible towards the center of the zone so that don't have to rotate a long way if the next zone is not in their favor.
This is gonna be quite a difficult run for most of the teams, but well, we will be seeing quite a few fights happen in the meanwhile. This one is gonna have a lot of infrastructural area for teams to actually survive in, and as of now, ASL, even though infrastructure is there, man count won't be.
Hmm. For now, though, Chari has been taken down, and Dead guys probably will just run in and get that frag confirmation. But yeah, the loot, not so much, because Assassin is there to protect his fallen comrade's body, not let the players of Team Dead guys have what he had. So that'll be a little bit of a problem for Deadeyes guys. Maybe hoping to get a little bit better loot, but ASL won't allow it. Assassin though finally falling back. And ASL, this has been the story for them too, right? I mean, they lose that player so early on that they do not have an idea how to approach the final few zones.
Final few zones are gonna be pretty difficult to go to. Right now, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming controlling most of the area that requires to be under control. Crater Field, one of the most essential areas inside the circle, is right now being acquired by them. Leo still trying to enter through El Pozo. Stalwart Esports still inside the circle near Hacienda del Patron itself, but the circle is gonna squeeze in soon enough and force DRS to take the fight. HVDC, even after a good start, not able to survive well just yet, loses Aero, but then again, it's still a recoverable situation. There can be a revive that can come in. However, can the same cannot be said for Venom DE.
High voltage though. Yeah, Arrow has been taken care of. Let's see if they go in for that revival or not. Because I see all these players inside the vehicles and they're not playing nowhere around him. So I think that they have just given up on their on Arrow, and he will be taken down. 1200 meters is a number that they still have to acquire to get inside the zone. So that is also not going to be easy at all. And yeah, D Venom Riley will confirm another frag. That's the fifth one. A good start, but still struggling because of the play zone. Look at Rambo and Krita's HP.
I don't think this revival is going to be possible at all for the side of Venom DE, and this fight is going to be quite extensive because again, first of all, you started off with a very wrong fight choice in the beginning itself, then you entered into another one with a similar result for you, and now you're struggling with blue zone and only one health kit in backpack. How long do you suppose you will survive? But in the meanwhile, okay, let's take a look at T2K. Recently had an outstanding performance, still has all four men on board, hasn't lost a single player, hasn't participated into a single fight, will be recovering the best loot possible, and soon be taking their eyes on to Stalwart Esports because the proximity is good range.
They're still waiting for the circle to close it. I think Liduko is also waiting for the same. Maybe just get that buggy inside the compound so that you're able to just hold on with the vehicles that you have, and some naughty team does not just take away its tires. But yeah, that's just me having an opinion over here. The play zone has gone a little bit towards the northern part of the map, and 4MV, yeah, they will have a fight on their hands against Team STR if they continue on the same path.
It does not. It does not seem like 4MV will have great entry into the circle. SCR is already waiting inside. This fight, however, does not seem very difficult for 4MV, but they are going to be entering into the crosshairs of ASL and Terrorize guys as well. Now, ASL, again, not very difficult because they are already in a huge split. There's going to be a couple of teams that are going to be in the way, but Terrorize guys is going to be one to watch out for the side of 4MV. In the meanwhile, if you take a look at Leo, they are still trying to control creative fields, but it's already under the control of SG instead. This is going to be one fight that you really want to avoid. Don't trifle into this one. In the meanwhile, this time, finally, for once, KS is there. They have a presence, at least.
STR tossing a nade. They have found a solo player of Team D Venom, and again, this is the team that has taken a long route to get inside the zone, and still 200 meters are left out of it. Senor, just try to spray a little bit, throw a little flake into the competition, into the heat. The players, they just stop. They will probably reset and just go back and than try to survive. That's what the Venom would like to do. But they have just ran into Team T2K. And the player in Buggy will try to take some shots maybe. And yeah, that's exactly what happens. Krita goes down. The Venom in a little bit of a precarious situation, although just to be held by the players of Team Deadeye's guys, because they have just started to third party the players of T2K. Turulov out of the game.
XMPL still surviving, but that's not gonna be enough just yet. We were expecting great things from the side of T2K. They had a great run in the last map, but Miramar just does not seem to be the one that goes in their favor. Bad intentions, however, again getting eliminated pretty too soon. Not the right time. After having consistent bad games, this is difficult for a team to go through with. But then again, this is just the first day. You can still hope on to the coming ones. But in the meanwhile, the fingers are going to be crossed for the viewers that are supporting MAB, because Mabetex Esports is getting constantly naded from the side of IHC and having the confidence of actually having a chicken in the backpack. IHC is marching forward onto MAB. Wally is already knocked, cannot be recovered. If anyone tries to, they're going to be fighting with fire.
Wally down on the ground. The revival, as you said, is going to be a little bit difficult considering IHC is just making a custom red zone over here. Just throwing those nades out onto the players of Mabetex, and Wally has been finally taken care of. Yeah, Map, they will be in a troublesome situation. Alex has been spotted and tried to spam, and he will even get that knock. The UMP was perfect.
Beautiful.
And now Mabetex with just two players standing. A wrath of full ISC is just coming their way. Desert height does not even get one, and now it's all down to 0. The S12K and maybe he gets one. And there's a shotgun around the corner, so I think he won't be even able to get one. And there we go, the elimination comes in. IHC, they get the 4 frags to their name.
IHC dominating the area, but they are soon going to be faced off with DRS. DRS is still trying to find an exact spot to move forward into. They were in Hacienda del Petron, but moved towards the northern side to actually enter into the circle. And in the meanwhile, Stalwart Esports still trying to chase them into the circle. However, HVDC will get guarded. There is a great gatekeeping coming in from the side of STE, which is going to be hard to fight off with. Nirzet is alone though. That lonely player of STE is going to be sitting alone to the west of Hacienda, still trying to look out for fights. I don't think that this is a great split from the side of Stalwart Esports, but then I can also not say anything to them because they have been always surviving with only 2 players and still are at the top. Like, who am I to complain now?
Yeah, and this time around they have the double of it. They have all their 4 members still
Yup.
standing, and also have 4 frag points to their name. So that's a very good start for Stalwart Esports. This is stage 4, so essentially it will be correct to call it the mid game phase, and Stalwart successfully have been able to get 4 players towards the mid game. So let's see now how do they transition it from this particular spot and maybe end up with a good position, or maybe a good player number towards the final circle, towards the final few circles. And yeah, IHC, the other team, which we'll have to talk about, since they also have 4 frags and 4 players still surviving.
Well, IHC definitely does have a dominating situation in their hands because DRS is the only team they need to worry about as of now. They can take their time to go forward. But 4MB in the meanwhile going on to Leo. The great angles coming in from the side of East. Well, he is sending everyone down south by shooting right onto their hands and burying them right into the ground. Leo, 2 players in 1 vehicle. This is not the situation that you can afford right now when your vehicle is so shiny and so spotty. This thing is not gonna merge and it's just gonna make you mix up with the soil soon enough. There come 2 more crates laid on the ground because Leo loses a couple more players.
Leo Esports have been eliminated. Apex joining the party and 4MV getting a few frags to their name. Now next, SAS from Deadeye's guys has been targeted, and 4MV taking fights in all directions.
4MV wants to recover from that one bad game that they had. They still have one more to actually recover their position from Stalwart Esports. But Stalwart Esports still survives with 4 frags to the name. So 4MV is going hard, going all in into this game, trying to make sure that the numbers can be jumbled around. In the meanwhile, though, we do see the demise of Venom DE and that is not something that they were expecting for, because this team has not had a good run just yet. Deadeye's guys still surviving, trying to take 2 fights at a time. Do not you shoot at ASL. You're already dealing with 4MV, which is hard enough.
The distance between 4MV and Deadeye's guys is just too much for now, because even if 4MV gets a knock, pushing in around these areas is not easy at all. Especially Apex. Look at how disconnected he is from the rest of his team. So 4MV need to be careful about these things. And let's see, Slayer Sir right now just making sure that the players of Team 4MV are kept at bay, but even though they are still able to deal a lot of damage, Beren almost got that now onto I think Shifu. Put him in a little bit of a troublesome position, but will be able to escape. And now all of these teams have to make a decision on how do they want to enter the play zone, which is 200 meters away.
The damage of the play zone is going on increasing. It's stage 5 already. You do not want to mess with nature right now. You are going to get taken down. So in the meanwhile that you actually shoot bullets, you also got to make your mind on how to move in. Deadeye's guys just get taken down by STR in the meanwhile though. And that's going to be a good start for STFL. They do have 3 players surviving with 4 frags to the name. Good enough for them. They haven't had such good run so far. So improvement is worth counting on to. We do see G.
But still, STR do need to get inside the zone.
They
These
do.
are again all these things that will hamper them, because straight they just head into Sus's spray, and that's exactly what's happening. The minibus will be taken down to a very little HP. So you have to be careful while you're trying to rotate. Gyante, although, has been just blasted out of the server, but IC gets the trade. So IHC will also not be able to push in properly as they wanted to.
KS still holding on to a good enough area, very close enough compounds, will be able to rotate around if they want to. Still inside the circle, however, in a very suspicious position. Soon enough, the circle will start shrinking in, and walking back in if the circle does not favor them is gonna be a hard run. Let's see whether Stalwart Esports is gonna be merciful or not, or if the circle is gonna be merciful enough to let that happen. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming still trying to recover from the one game that they could not win, which was very winnable for them, and taking all the rats out on 4MV. Already a couple of players down. 4MV tries to march back into the fight, takes the win, and now it's all fours surviving from the side of 4MV, while SKYLIGHTZ Gaming loses one to a point of no return.
They will get Apex back up and running. So 4MV at least have that much in control, or do they? The nade from Mafia Ninja up top just wrecked havoc onto Dope. And now 4MV, yes, well, they have been able to retaliate back in kind. Mafia Ninja has been dropped down to very little HP. The revival will be a matter of concern, because look at the angle that the other player of SKYLIGHTZ has. Is literally up top in the sky.
SKYLIGHTZ Gaming height advantage is gonna be pretty advantageous. 4MV is still trying to recover the fallen comrade, and the nade, it's gonna be timed well, but will it land? There's another one coming in, but they're aware, they're moving away, they're trying to stay out of sight and take up the fight in another timeline, in another dimension. Avoiding every damage that was coming their way, 4MV survives. Great presence of mind, great way to deal with the fight. The mollies will be avoided, the fight will be evaded, and now SKYLIGHTZ Gaming has to put their tail between their feet and just run away.
Top zero from Stalwart Esports. He sees the players of Team 4MV trying to reset. Knows that he might be able to see them, but cannot shoot them because of the hill over there. So yeah, he just can pepper a few shots, but hopes of getting a knock are very little. Now Stalwart, they also need to get inside the zone, so they better get moving right now, because the play zone is just 10 seconds away. And no fear, he's trying to use a buggy that has its back tire and front tire both exploded. Yeah, the only thing that he'll have in his favor will be this buggy not blasting while just jumping down with it. So that's good for no fear, and it will maybe also help him get inside the zone while trying to just get in something from the drop. So a little positive things happening. Stalwart Esports, what is that? KS, they are just being pushed in now.
KS stayed way too long in the same exact position, and now the nades are raining onto them. The reign of Stalwart Esports has started. Take it in any spelling combination that you want. KS will not be surviving this one. They do get a hands-on fight with Stalwart Esports. Were still the kings of the den, but now the den has been invaded pretty well. Look at that, another one coming in and takes down Storm as well. Stalwart Esports, two players on ground, but still cleaning up the whole squad of KS with just one still trying to pick up the pieces of the fallen men.
EXO, and he gets that pick.
Whoa!
And this is a problem because Stalwart Esports, they only had 3 players to fight in this compound. The fourth one was very far away and now is being troubled by a different team. So this essentially just might mean the elimination of Stalwart Esports.
Stalwart Esports remains consistent but still struggles to find a win. They do get taken out at the 7th rank itself, does give them 1 placement point, but they do have 9 elimination points to put them onto a double-digit overall score. With that, 6 last teams survive, out of which 4MV and SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, that had entered into a Cold War zone, come back onto the battlefield, shooting bullets left and right, taking trades, and putting 4MV on the better side of it.
Oh, for now though, look at this. IHC, do they even know that EXO is present in this position? Because if they do not, it'll not be a pleasant surprise. Finally, he comes out and takes down Alex. And already IHC had lost a player to Stalwart Esports. They cannot afford another, but it essentially happens. A little bit under cautious IHC, and it will cost them another player, down to just one demo now. Oh. SCR refused. He gets another frag onto demo, and yeah, that's the final frag to IHC. A flurry of unpleasant surprises, and that's where they are eliminated one by one. All of these players went down, but SKYLIGHTZ Gaming now. Boro only has 5 ammo left in his weapon. No reloads available, so he is essentially stuck with just an AK now.
Every single bullet is gonna count. But is 5 bullets even okay? You're the only person surviving. You have a great position advantage. But with 5 bullets, what can you get? 5 players? Not at all. 3 teams? Not at all. You just gotta wait your time out, find the right opening, and hope to God that the circle does not kick you out of itself. Right now, there's still a struggle to actually try and get into the circle, but once you do, you gotta make sure that you don't have to move much. In the meanwhile, 4MV still waiting for Boro to come in because I'm pretty sure once he starts walking down, 4MV will have that mini pointed right onto Boro's head.
Even ASL, because Boro is running down the hill, so ASL will also have a clear view. It's just a matter of time to see who takes Boro down. Is it 4MV or is it ASL? And suddenly 4MV, because they have all their 4 players standing, are looking to be a stronger team overall in this final circle. Stage number 7 about to close, and with 10 players remaining, I think it is safe to say that another chicken is on the cards for Team 4MV.
Might really be. There's no question to that one because there's a 1v2, v3, v4 situation, and the numbers 4 are on to 4MV. Already dealt with SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, ASL makes it slightly easier with only 2 teams to fight off with. Out of which, however, I do think that STR might have a great chance at a third party situation. So 4MV would just want to wait around and find out the position of STR before they actually try to go on ahead and head on head with ASL. Position given away by Senors.
And he's
The
also
fight.
trying to connect shots on dog, but they are very messy because not even a single bullet connects. So it's a better game, I'd say, for stronger FAKELOVE than the previous ones, at least top 3 with 6 frags. But the conversion looks very difficult for them, considering they're on the lower ground as compared to 4MV. They have to deal with 2 different angles. Yeah, it's another game where the 2 teams might just fight amongst themselves, and 4MV will just enjoy the battle happening down below.
Absolutely. They've also looted the airdrop, so they do have great supplies to themselves, and that's going to put 4MV at an even better position. Apex going in for the best of the gears that can be taken on for the fight. Even might be a weaponry switch. We'll find out soon enough. But currently, 4MB just having the best of all the worlds that exist, all the maps that can come in their way. Erangel, conquered. Miramar, about to be conquered.
And they're playing it so safe. That's really smart of them, because they
True.
know that even a single fault could really turn the tide of the entire game. Apex, look at the angle he has. Baron, look at the angle he has. All these players, they are just waiting for the players. They are literally allowing these opponents to get inside the zone so they have a better angle and they have better vision on them and get pushed back. That's just smart. And even though 4MB this time around don't have those staggering number of frags like they did the previous time, they had 17 in that map of angle, but they'll essentially end up with somewhere around 10 frags to their name in this particular game too.
Absolutely, absolutely. We'll find out what goes forward because right now SDR, even though had a great start compared to all the previous games, does not get a follow up as expected. And now 4MB is gonna march in right into the fight. Will take the vehicles, swim down the hill, and take STR completely off the charts. Two players
GG.
already knocked, and now the last one deleted. 4v1. Can
Haha.
ASL survive? Not at all.
Better to give the
Go back
frag
to
to
the
the zone.
zone.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's it. They did not give the final frag to the players of Team 4MB, but that's another easy victory, I'd say. Not even for a single second did it look like that they were in trouble. Not even for a single moment it looked like that 4MB did not have it under control. And they essentially end the game with a chicken dinner to their name.
4MB, more like Team Hungary, getting chickens after chickens, keeping themselves filled and their stomachs ready for another fight. I am waiting to see what this team has to serve to us because we've already given them 2 chickens that they can have. With first overall ranking and 10 elimination points, 20 in total, 4MB doing this again. Repeated history for the first day. Great victory.
Make it clap.
A new 1.6 by 1.6 kilometer map is coming to PUBG Mobile version 2.7. In this map, there are several energy zones where you can receive random attribute boosts, such as increased speed and health recovery. At the same time, lots of supplies spawn in the area. Be sure to grab them while you can. After finding all the supplies in an area, you should keep moving to find more supplies. The fastest way to move about is through portals. Go through one to teleport to the other side somewhere else on the map. After exploring an area, it's best to teleport somewhere far. However, it's important to note that there's a cooldown after use, so it can't be used too frequently. If you want to travel across mid-distances, be sure to take note of the updrafts on the map. Get close to an updraft to get lifted into the air. After reaching a certain height, you'll descend back to the ground. During your descent, you can freely adjust your direction to head to your destination. This transportation method is very handy for escaping dangerous situations. Another thing you have to watch out for are the volcanoes on the map. The lava erupting from these volcanoes can cause damage within a certain range. Be sure not to step on the lava. Otherwise, you'll keep taking damage and lose health. After arriving at a new area, be sure to search for exclusive crates. Approach them to get exclusive themed supplies. Apart from exclusive crates, timed airdrops are also a great way to get supplies, so make sure to keep an eye out for the countdown timer on the minimap. It indicates when an airdrop is about to appear. After the countdown ends, a crate with amazing supplies will rise from the ground. When this happens, there will surely be many enemies vying for the crate, so make sure to lie in wait beforehand and evacuate quickly after grabbing the supplies. If you get injured when going for the supplies, go to the recovery point indicated on the map. You'll be able to heal there. Just run into it to fully restore your health and armor in an instant, just like with teleporting. The recovery point has a cooldown after using it. It can't be used again until the cooldown ends. If the battle gets too intense and you find your teammates eliminated, you can bring them back within a limited time at the towers located on the map. The towers also have cooldown after being used. Each player can only be brought back by a teammate once. Players that have been brought back will directly respawn near the tower that was used without having to jump back to the battleground. Hurry and join your friends in the fight for victory.
Welcome back, one and all, to PMPL SA's 2023 fall season. I'm your host, Anna, and with me on this today is going to be Fritz. We have witnessed quite some amazing games today,
Yep.
but let's take a look again at Miramar. What really went down? 4MB on a domination run?
Yeah, I mean, 4MB, they looked very strong overall. For the most part, they were not involved in fights early on. They just focused on their loot, on their spot, on their rotation. Everything was good. The fourth zone is where they drew the first blood, and from there on, they just had the perfect prediction in terms of the zone. Always there inside it, always having the higher position. I'd say the highest, but that was from the player of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming who just backed the buggy all on top of a hill. So that was the highest position that a player could have gotten. But yeah, a better position was there for 4MV. They were essentially able to eliminate all the scores. Plus, the composure is what I love about this team.
True.
Now they could have decided to just barge in onto the players of maybe team ASL as soon as they realize that these players are trying to get inside the zone. But they knew there's another team down to their right hand side, so they'll have to wait, pick them off one by one, and that's how they're able to get this map in their favor. And Doc is going to be the player who was the most valued in terms of the number of eliminations and even terms of damage as well. Almost 1200 damage to his name.
Absolutely, just crossing bars every single time. They're setting new benchmark with every single match by bringing more and more damage onto the table. 1184, huge number out there, and I'm waiting for someone to cross 1200 soon enough. However, let's take a look at the top players, because yeah, Doc had a great contribution, but there are a few more that actually went ahead and gave the same kind of input to their teams. Nirzet for the side of Stalwart Esports, and well, STR did have refuse XOXOX for King of Spades, finally King of Spades somewhere on the match, and SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, no fear.
Good thing for them is at least 3 points. So we'll have to get that confirmation how many points that they get, but at least bare minimum 3 is what they have on the board. So that's a good thing for the players of Team King of Spades, because the first 2 games yielded no points at all. Same could be said for DRS, but I don't think so. DRS had another game with 0 points. We'll have to check that too, because I did not see DRS being involved in a lot of fights or towards the middle stage of the game too. I mean, circle number 4, I remember looking at the minimap, trying to look at all the teams that did not see DRS. So we'll have to check how many points did DRS get, or were they even playing that particular map or not. But yeah, a good game from all these teams. Even SKYLIGHTZ did a good game. I'd say No Fear got 800 damage and a frag. Probably 4-5 points is what they will have after this game, which should be a decent number.
Absolutely. But yes, I mean, we were talking about 4MV not being able to perform in the second match that they came into. Were quite disappointed because we were expecting consistency. But let's talk about this now. What are we saying in terms of consistency? I feel it was pretty well done, pretty well served. 2 chickens out of 3 games that you played, I call that completely consistent.
See, the first game I was honestly surprised. 17 frags is something you do not get in that map of I Erangel, and 4MV showing up like that was brilliant. Miramar did not go as they planned. So
True.
that's something that they had to work on. They instantly did. The only change that they made was not engaging into early fights. So I'd still say that I'll have to see another game for us to say that if 4MV is playing properly or not. But yeah, I mean, if you're able to get 2 chickens a day, with that average, you should be fine to be sitting on the top of the table. There's no problem with
Absolutely.
that.
Absolutely. 2 chickens a day. You don't even have to keep continuing that every single day.
Exactly.
You can take a day off towards the end and be like, you know what, today we're just gonna sit and wait. If a fight comes to us, we'll take it. Otherwise, no issues at all. Because right now, it seems like 4MV has fortified their situation. There's so much concrete on it that to be able to dig it down and actually recover from there is gonna be really hard for any team trailing behind. I do want to find out though what it looks like on the overall scoreboard, and we soon will,
Yes.
because we want to keep the mystery for the viewers and for ourselves, because math did not help me right now. My numbers do not stay on board. But yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be a huge gap.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, 4MV, they had 10 frags and 10 overall position points, so 20 to their name. The gap was of what, 4 points with the players of Stalwart Esports. Yes, I mean, Stalwart did get a few points back in this game too. They got 10. So essentially a 6-point lead overall for 4MV, but that is again when Stalwart Esports has 1 game extra. But they're
Exactly.
still trailing behind. So 4MV, driver's seat, 100%. Stronger FAKELOVE though with 11 points has been a great addition overall. This was the team which was not performing that good. King of Spades got 6. And DRS, okay, they at least open up their account with 1 point to their name.
Absolutely. Seal and Bad Intentions, though, do not have anything to their name. Mabetex Esports had been performing well in the last 2 games. This time could not even survive for long enough to actually acquire placement points to their names. T2K, after a great start in the last one in Sanhok, just gave up in Miramar. I mean, I would give them the leeway because Sanhok and Miramar are completely different play styles, play areas. But I do want to see them coming up on top of every single map, because compared to Miramar and I Erangel, there are lesser matches that you get to play on Sanhok overall.
Yep. And talking about the map recap, we have 4 MB with 2 victories overall, one on
Yup.
Erangel, one on Miramar. Whilst Miramar, the second Miramar was conquered by IHC, the third Sanhok by T2K, and one arena battle that we saw between two teams was
ASL
taken away
and
by ASL. So that was
yes.
an easy victory, and they will be facing off against Team Stalwart Esports in round number 2. But this helps us to get to our final game of the day, the map of Erangel. And this is going to be an interesting one because again we will see 4MB playing. I hope it's not a weird zone that we saw like the very first map, because it was not comfortable for most of our teams and they were not able to give it their all. So let's see if this map of Erangel holds some mystery for us. Will it be a Georgia Pole zone? Will it be a Gatka zone? We'll find it out very, very soon.
Soon enough, soon enough. We'll hold our horses for the while though. I am, however, feeling like the adjustments that come in from the side of 4MB are pretty amazing. Like you said, in the earlier Miramar, they did have quite a lot of early fights, did not make it through them, and weren't able to secure their chicken. In the next Miramar itself, they held themselves back, waited till the fourth stage to actually go ahead and invest into the fights. I feel like this team is looking very promising right now, and I'ma have my money onto them. But wait, we still have one more game to go. And in this one, Stalwart Esports is not playing. So they are gonna be lagging behind onto the overall leaderboard by a bigger number than before. Right now, after the match on Miramar, we saw a 6 marks gap. This might become even bigger going forward because this map is being played by 4MB but not at all by Stalwart Esports. So let's see what happens on Erangel, because what happens in Erangel stays in Erangel? No, it doesn't. It
No,
stays on the
does not.
leaderboard.
We see it on the leaderboard. We see all the statistics coming in. So it'll be an interesting game. I think we'll be jumping into the game very, very soon. But till now, the games that we've seen, they've been dominated by 4MV. Now, Stalwart's not playing. Will this give them a freeway? Because that is
Might.
something 4MV has been enjoying a lot. I still do not remember who entirely took them down in Miramar. I think it was a joint effort between multiple different teams where every player, every team got one of the frags, and 4MB essentially were left with one or two players, and then they were essentially pushed by a 4-man squad. That's how they were eliminated. Correct me if I'm wrong in the chat, guys. But yeah, 4MB, they've been having a strong performance. Whenever they play as a team, they always show up, they always perform, and that has been the storyline till now. A lot of people, even when we were here yesterday, thought that 4MB would not have the best possible run. But hey, there we are. All of these guys have been proven wrong by the players of Team 4MV.
Absolutely, absolutely. But yes, this is definitely going to be one of the most interesting matches of the day because here the day ends. Onto this one is the last shot everyone has on claiming their spots onto the leaderboard for the first day, because as we mentioned earlier, first day is going to be the day where you make your statement. If you're all the way down below, you have a target on your back because people will be like, okay, this is an easy team to fight off of. Let's go right there and pick them off, have 4 points to ourselves, and then move forward into the game. If you're doing really good, you would still have a target on your back because everyone will be like, let's take this team out first so that the rest of the run can be easier. I mean, what can you do to actually avoid the target? Nothing. You have the target on you all the time.
Yeah, I mean it's very difficult for anyone to do once you've gained the momentum. So that's something you'll need to be very careful about. But yes, I mean till now 4MV, they've been having a good run. IHC on the other hand was the team I was looking out for. I thought they'll be performing a little bit better. Hasn't been happening. All the other Nepali region teams as well, DRS, ASL, JMEX, JMEX, all these teams are yet to show up. I think they'll take a little bit time. We did see one of these teams winning in the map of Sanhok, but then again, it was a map where anyone could have won. So it was one of the Nepali teams. But the other time, the other region as well, I mean, Bangladeshi teams are also not performing that brilliantly. So again, I think it's just a repeat telecast of what we've seen in the previous season, where the Mongolian domination still continues and all these teams are yet to find their form.
Absolutely. However, every single match is going to be either a victory or a lesson, as one of our co-casters likes to say. And that's exactly what every team has to remember. Remember how you died and make sure you never die the same way again. That's how you
But that
live.
hasn't been the
and
case.
Living is the name of the game.
That hasn't been the case for a very long period of time, because I've seen a lot of players just being out in the open, just wandering around and hoping that they are not being shot in their back. That has happened a lot, especially in Sanhok, where you think you're covered from one angle and then suddenly a shot comes in, a spray comes in from 300 meters away from an M4 and you're down. And the team just collapses around you. So players have been making mistakes and they haven't been mended till
That's
now.
true.
I see plays that were being attempted the previous season still being tried to be made. Two-man split, one splits coming into compound. These are all the things that will work on early on when you want map control, when you want area control around you. But towards the final zones, these are not the best possible practices. Holding four different or
Absolutely.
holding two different compounds. So these are something which teams are still for some reason doing and facing the negative results on the back of it.
Absolutely, they do need to recover from situations that are not
Mhm.
being favorable to themselves. Because again, you gotta make changes, but you gotta make them fast.
Yes.
That's the space of this tournament. You have only 3 weeks, and again,
Hmm.
you cannot count every single day as a whole new day. The whole
Yep.
score line carries forward not only until the league stages, but also into the finals. You have the right to play bonus matches, and you have the right to get bonus points, which will put you on an advantage into the finals itself, which is again a great thing to have. We all know what every single point can do, and imagine having like 10 or 12 of them.
Yeah, that's correct. And yeah, while we're waiting for the game, I'll say, as you also predict in the chat, who do you think is going to win this final map of Erangel? Will we see another 4MB domination coming in? Will we see 4MB just literally leading the chart from day number one? Because they have been supreme in terms of performance, or will we see a different team this time around? I really want you guys to predict, and you also, Anna. Who do you think is going to win this map of
4MV.
Erangel this time around? 4MB safe bet, huh?
Yes.
No,
No, it's not
no
about the
tricks
safe
around
bet
the.
thing. It's more like
Okay.
I love teams who go to military base, and it's
Mm-hmm.
Erangel. I mean,
Okay.
even when we were casting Pakistan region the last season, I was on the side of HIGHVOLTAGE I because they used to go to
Okay.
military base and they won. So I guess I'll just stick to the same point.
Nah,
4MB.
all right.
Easy.
I usually did the same thing. I mean, the drop spot for me was a little bit different. I used to go towards Nova Rep, but
Hmm.
this time around, no one going to Nova Rep. I feel a little sad, but at the same time, it's okay. It's their decision to make. It's them who have to take their hard decisions. Because Nova Rep, in terms of tactically, is a very good spot. Is that is what I think. That is what I used to think when I used to play competitive game. Because you have a bridge very close by. If the zone goes all the way down south, it's still with you. If it goes towards the middle part of the map at that time as well, you can just use the bridge as soon as possible, and you're able to get inside the zone, have those fights, get 8 tier loot too. I mean, level 3 helmets and vests
True.
is something that usually spawns in that spot. So I'd say it's a very tactical spot that you can control. Also as boats, if someone is a big fan of boats, although it's not the perfect mode of transport, I'd say, but it's not the worst one either. I'd say the worst one still, I'll go with motorcycle with a sidecar. That's just a trash vehicle that I think should just be removed out of the game. But yeah, that's just my opinion. Yeah, overall, no rep now. It's a great spot for me.
Considering the area we live in, Fritz, and considering
Hmm.
the kind of weather we have here currently, I think boats
Okay.
are a great mode of transport. I would use them to go from home to office every day if I could, because I'm worried. I have water all the way up to my knees. This is hard.
Okay.
You've
But
seen it. You faced it.
I know. It's hard. Definitely, it's hard. But hey, in game, it does not matter. It
True
it
that.
really does not matter. And then I have a big hate for motorcycle with sidecar because I turn it left, it goes right for some reason. It's just completely out of control. Motorcycle is the best vehicle. Why did you have to attach a sidecar with that? That's just
For an extra
horrendous to right.
person, Fritz. For
There's
an
not
extra person.
nobody uses the vehicle, and especially that second person will never sit in the sidecar because he's the first one to fall and get knocked off. So
True
if the
that.
motorcycle just turns over, the driver won't get affected, the second person sitting behind it won't get affected, the person sitting in the sidecar always gets knocked out for some reason. I don't know why. Maybe these weird interactions only happen with me, but I've seen this a lot, the third person just being knocked out, and then a random player spawns somewhere around and confirms that frag. I have been that person for a very long period of time. So I just entirely hate motorcycle with a sidecar, and I just want it to be removed from the game. Petition, I'll definitely file it out. But hey, we do have some stats as well. Stalwart Esports versus 4MB, some head to head.
Numbers. I like numbers. More damage dealt from the side of 4MB. Lesser damage received for the side of 4MB. Equal eliminations. Okay. liking that. But then overall, if you take the survival points into consideration, everything falls out.
But that is after 4MB has played one less game
Exactly.
against Stalwart. So it's still 4MB out on top, and 4MB have the better chance of winning the game overall, winning the tournament
true.
overall, because they've been favourite from the very beginning, from not even day number one, from the dry run, I'd say.
Or even before that. I wouldn't
okay.
want to comment on that, because 4MB again is one of the very, very polished teams, and again we saw a certification of that today itself. The way they adapted, the way they adjusted in one single game, that's impeccable. Like, how do you change everything overnight? Like, it's not just about not taking early fights. You literally have to change your complete play style if you're going to be passive in the beginning and then aggressive towards the end. And generally when teams try to do that, we do see them winning with lesser number of frag points to themselves. But look at what they did. 10 frag points, 10 placement points, 20 in total, and then literally surmounting on to Stalwart Esports with 6 points lead. And again, one more time, let me say this, let me reiterate. They have played one less game.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing, isn't it? I mean, with 3 games, if you can do so much, the fourth one also on the cards. I mean, even if you get eliminated with 0 points, you're still above Stalwart
True.
Esports no matter what. So that's something you'll have to take care about. I don't think so any other team
But I don't want
has
them to lose at 0.
that's completely another case. We'll have to figure out what happens inside the game for that. But yeah, I don't think so any other team has broken into the top 3 or top 2 scoreline after the previous game of Miramar that we had, because it was 4MB who won, and the second position was taken by a team who was very low on the leaderboard. So
Yep.
the overall standings will be showed once again. The picture will be a little bit more clearer. But yeah, till now the game, the way that it has went, 4MB strategically they have been brilliant. Tactically, they've been brilliant. One map they did falter out, but they were instantly able to solve the problem. The only map we have to see them on is the map of Sanhok, and probably they'll be playing it in the upcoming days. So we'll also get that wish fulfilled completely by that particular team. Sanhok is again because one of the maps which I think is 70% luck and 50% skill. If the zone does not favor you, you cannot do much about it.
That's true. That's very true. But then again, Sanhok is also one of the match which is super amazing to watch. I love watching Sanhoks, and I do dislike the fact that we have only one Sanhok a day, and that is the reason we did not get to see 4MB today. But we will definitely get to see them tomorrow, because in the time span of 5 days, every group will get to play Sanhok at least 4 times. Like, you will only have to sit it out once all over. So yeah, we will see this happen. There's no glitch on that. But yeah, what do you feel right now, Fritz? How's this one gonna go? We already discussed 4MB. We think they are gonna do
Yes.
good. But which other team do you think could be a good contender for this one?
NBeSports maybe, because they had one of those Miramar games where they were looking strong, but the zone then did not favor them and they were not able to make the most out of it. So I'd say NBeSports is another team that we'd like to look at. But yeah, let's see how does this particular map go. Talking about the plane path, it has started from the region of Primorsk and going all the way down till Milta Power. A very south-oriented plane path this time around. So areas like Georgiapol, Zarki, out of range.
Absolutely, and that poses a lot of problem for quite a few teams. However, I do feel like this region is going to be supporting 4MB, but I am going to keep my eyes peeled for the side of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. This team has been delivering promising performances, and I want to see if they are going to be able to seize the chicken at least once today. Also, Mabetex Esports. These two teams are definitely going to be ones that I'm keeping my eyes peeled for. But in the meanwhile, taking a look at the drops, we have quite a few teams that are trying to go towards the northern region. Not exactly going to be going all the way to Zarki or Georgiapol, but probably going to situate themselves onto Ruins or Gatka, somewhere towards the lower half of the map. But what kind of circle are you expecting?
Completely go north. If you help the players down south so
Chaos.
much, better go north, so that the players who usually drop at Georgiapol or areas nearby, they at least have a little bit chance to loot. And the players who you've given such a big advantage have to run as soon as possible inside the first circle. So I really want the circle to go north. Oh, yeah,
It
well, that's
does.
exactly what happens. Centering around the region of nowhere,
Rusa?
because that's Water City. Even north of Water City is where the center is. But yeah,
Yep.
this will force the players of T2K, 4MB teams like that to finish up their loot as soon as possible and then rotate inside the zone.
Exactly. They are gonna be Wham Bam Shazam soon as they're done on to the 4MV T2K loot areas. They will be moving on. However, very aware of the fact that 4MB every single time goes to military base, we might see at least one team try to camp onto the bridge gates, trying to avoid 4MB going forward because everyone knows they are a threat right now and a huge one. The leap they have on every other team is quite humongous. However, the first fight that gets drawn is going to be between Kings of Spades and IHC, in which IHC does not come up winning. Kings of Spades trying to acquire height advantage, going upstairs, trying to make sure that they have better loot to go into the fight with, and also a better position to throw down nades from. The climb is still on from the side of IHC, but Fritz, what do you think? Will they be able to take this down? Will they be able to avenge their fallen comrade?
Let's see. I mean, cannot predict anymore because these shotguns sometimes they do connect, sometimes they just do not. And look at this. They also have a window to work around with. Alex is trying to find a way to get that player down, and the flash will for sure help if it connects. So that's a good piece of utility. Let's see if it gives the perfect value or not. The player has been flashed, has been pushed away from the angle, so has no more vision available for him. But yeah, still the DPP angle works out, and the support is here for KS. Now this is a fight where IHC essentially has been trapped, and without Godless, Alex, Yul, and Demo have the major heavy lifting that they have to do now.
Absolutely, this heavy lifting is gonna cost them quite a lot of backaches because this one has to be a carried around weight. They are trying to walk back onto the terrace, does not work out. IHC gets taken down one after the other. A good spray coming in, but that's not gonna take any advantage. Gets eliminated the moment they enter in. The first team to get taken down is IHC. Can you believe we just saw them take a chicken today?
I mean, I cannot, but that's PUBG Mobile. That's what happens when you're not diligent enough to take the players down early on, when you're a little bit afraid to what will happen if another one of our players fall down, and then suddenly the backup comes in, and you're just completely under so much pressure that you have to make a decision. This time around, it was not the best possible one. So good attempt, but it's done. You're completely out of the game, and IHC without any points will be eliminated, and now will be seen tomorrow.
Every single team that gets taken down now will be waiting their turn until the next day. Almost a more than 15-hour break for them. But well, in the meanwhile, take a look at these two very promising teams for this particular map. We do have SKYLIGHTZ Gaming and NBeSports right in front of each other. The control on SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they are so vigilant onto holding onto their positions, trying to make sure that NBeSports will at some point get impatient and enter in and make capitalization onto that. A lot of movement happening from the side of NBeSports, while SKYLIGHTZ Gaming still stays silent, holding on onto those angles, just very quiet, not giving any information at all. It's like they're not even there.
That's true. Although, look at this, Akaz has information, knows that the players of SKYLIGHTZ are nearby, but is I think waiting for support maybe, or waiting for a knock from the back line so that he can finally execute on to these particular players. Has good utility and vest as well to help him, get that first battle in his favor. And Mafia Ninja just around the corner could be the potential first threat. SKYLIGHTZ finally they wants to make a move, but this nade should scare them off. Although Boro still holding that angle, and Akash decided not to throw it in. He could have really gotten a knock there, Ahana.
Absolutely. In the meanwhile, however, while these teams continue their Cold War and try to find an opening to actually execute, let me give you a hint on what's going on around the map. We have Georgia Pole area completely under the control of Kings of Spade, which is a great area to find the best loot that you can. The circle is still favoring slightly to the east of Zarki and a little north of Severny. Still, again, a hard north region to go on to. We are seeing quite a lot of teams trying to struggle, walk into it, but in the meanwhile, who is walking into who? It is going to be SKYLIGHTZ Gaming onto NBeSports. Get the first frag, trying to get the second, have a knocked player, need to have Boro back onto the feet, but in the meanwhile, will lose onto Fear.
No, Mafia Ninja still around the corner, has a shotgun, gets the first knock, but the trade is always present. Fist Boy will be able to close out the round. Fist Boy will be able to get those 4 frags. And NBeSports, they survive the onslaught somehow. They do lose Mondo in the process, but it's better to have these 4 frags with all the 3 players standing rather than losing the entire battle. It came down to the wire. It came down to a 1v1. But the better thing is they are able to win it out, but there's a third party. I think DRS is very interested in raiding this compound, and NBA Sports, they haven't been given a lot of time to reset, and one of the knocks comes in with a run over. The follow-up is not there, but the trades are. And NB 1-1, they're also down and out of the game.
They do have 4 points to the name though, which is going to be a good enough number considering that they have been consistent throughout. However, this one is going to be the break to the momentum. Considering this is the last game of the day, they might be able to reset everything by the time the tomorrow arrives. However, today is going to be another team that shows up on I Erangel right now. King of Spades, finally 4 frags to the name. Great area control, great positioning, amazing loot to the name. Not a single player lost. I feel like this team is showing promise. However, Seal approaching them soon enough. Hospital area under control.
Oh, that when the predator becomes the prey, huh? If the Venom only, if only they had pushed and tried to get those frags and were able to eliminate. A big yes, but they at least attempted it. But meanwhile, what D Venom decided to go for a third party, they get fourth partied instead. Octopus says, "Come to my 8 hands and you will be eliminated."
10 tickles and that's enough. Not even needing a bullet to chomp this up. Well, right now, the circle, look at the circle, it has gone all the way north and these players still struggling with the blue zone. You have a long way to go. 4MB, what are you doing? What are you doing on the side of I8 either?
Oh no, Domain. It seems like has his free territory in front of him and he's just shooting everyone he can. Has been able to get a lot of damage too. Although DRS, they do stop at the compound just right outside the city of Yasnaya Poliana and are maybe trying to reset and then finally start their rotation back. Because these circles have been just weird today. One of them just forms down south. The other one goes completely up north. Look at that. It's around shooting range.
Yup.
And surprisingly, it's T2K who are the first ones in and inside the zone. Let me help you remember that this is the team that started all the way from Novo Repnoi and now are inside the center of the northernmost part of the map.
Exactly, and same cannot be said about 4MV. Still struggling against the blue, trying to fight their own blues, walking towards Pochinki and all the way up towards Ruins, where they will be introduced by Raw officials who are already waiting to welcome them with open arms and loaded guns. This is not going to be an optimal situation. 4MV, we had a lot of hopes onto this team, but they have nothing to their favor just yet. However, ASL, again, even after having a good enough position, losing members left and right. In the meanwhile, T2K acquiring one of the most prestigious positions onto the map, all the way up north, making sure nobody to watch from the northern region, no one crossing the shoreline towards them, and only area to look for is going to be the southeast and west, which is good enough. Every single angle you eliminate is a cherry on top of your cake.
Well, talking about the rotations, DRS, they did have the strong opening, but now just might run into the players of team IAW. They did previously too, but this time around they will be on their tails. So getting those flags might just be a little bit easier. 4MV though, they have taken an interesting path for their rotation, using the Rozok bridge to cross towards shooting range. Now this will either mean that they will have to fight DRS if they go a little bit towards their right hand side, but if they continue straight, they should find free real estate to cover around.
4MB finally finding a good ground space for themselves to walk into the circle, but the circle is still very, very crowded. To the right, there will be DRS. To the front, there will be IAWO. To the left, there will be Raw officials. It's going to be a squeeze that they're going to be a part of. However, the good thing, the silver lining to this whole rainy, gloomy cloud is going to be the fact that every single team is going to be squeezed out now. It's not just them. Every single person is facing the same exact position, and you're not going to be alone is a good enough position for humans to feel like they're fine.
Look at this. Once again, the zone has gone all the way north. It still has what, like about 30% water, 70%
Yup.
land. Basically, 30% of the area is not inside the play
What a
zone for you
circle!
to move around. So these circles have just been crazy. For MV though, they are also going crazy. They've just got 2 frags onto the players of team DRS. And one of the players of team STR has looted the airdrop. Would love to see maybe an AUG or Groza being used in the map.
Absolutely, and in this map, in this particular area where everything has squeezed down to the wire, it might be a very beneficial weapon. In the meanwhile, what is beneficial? That is the frags that are being acquired by the team of the Venom. Already on to Mabetex Esports as well. Quite a lot of teams that they are investing their fights into. It's only 2 players surviving, so they want to get as many frag points as possible. They do know in this congested areas they are going to be suffering from claustrophobia, and they do not want to be in the open for that. DRS getting eliminated soon enough, making it slightly easier for 4MV to continue to breathe.
Well, the start that they had, I had better expectations and better hopes from DRS because they got those 3 early frags, all 4 players surviving, but somewhere in the mid game, they just got eliminated. They were not able to play it out properly. Orangey though gets a run over frag onto Gangsta. Now that's interesting. That's another way to get a frag with your vehicles. And JMEX, they have just constricted themselves to the shoreline where they are just being peppered by a few bullets. Their vehicles are taking some damage. But they also have a cheeky little angle onto the players of Team KS.
Well, so far KS is gonna be suffering quite some damage from the side of JMEX, but ASL might have the benefit of third partying right here. And that third party might be beneficial because again ASL hasn't had a very good position so far. One single player survives. If you are sneaky enough, you'll be able to squeeze some elimination points. Placement points, I do not expect that from any team that does not have optimal number of players. And by optimal, I mean all 4. You have to have all 4s. This is not the kind of area where you can survive with lesser numbers. But well, in the meanwhile, 4MV trying to go all the way towards the north, trying to catch MAB from the backhand. In the meanwhile, also we can see DE Venom, even after losing players, constantly trying to march in towards STR.
Faisal, I think he has a fair idea about the location of nobody and just peppering a few bullets there, just hoping to get a lucky headshot. Because even if he gets Sanhok, there's not much that they can do about it. They cannot push in right away. 4MV East, though, from somewhere on the map, has been able to take down one of the players of Team Mabetex, who were, if I remember correctly, on the periphery of the circle.
Yep.
So they will be in a little bit of a troublesome situation. Desert was trying to take down the players. Well, the trades are just phenomenal. And it is only Jiro who stands now. Though, yes, he has been taken down, but 3 players of Team 4MV still survive. The revival should be there. And 4MV should have a fair fight. But STR,
Oh, no.
they have other things on the mind. They want a third party in this battle.
Exactly, this pumpkin is gonna be distributed in every single team that is surrounding SCR, trying to take the fight with them. 4MV trying to create a distraction, already sending Apex away in a direction that could be devious for the side of SCR to look into. While in the meanwhile, MAB will keep their eyes set onto the prize, trying to take 4MV down by the throat. No survival points for the side of Apex, and I am seeing 4MV drop one after the other. However, they still have one player who can try and survive one another.
That's
Won't
not
be able to. This will not happen. 4MB gets taken out soon enough, but 5 points to the backpack. Still strong. Still going good.
And STR, they just clean up shop. The fight was between the players of Team Mabetex and 4MV. They just come in with the perfect third party, stealing all the frags that they needed. 5 to their name, 4 players still standing, and stronger FAKELOVE. They will definitely be in a contention to steal this map away.
Well, stronger FAKELOVE. They definitely did become stronger. But in the meanwhile, who else is gaining power onto this area? It is not gonna be IAW because they have been enwrapped completely by DEADEYES, guys. The Vehicles are coming in, the nades are coming in, everything is going against, and it's just two players from the side of IAWO that survive, and that too I don't think is gonna be for long. The damage is high, but in the meanwhile, Seal just drowning.
The Venom as well, just throwing out some shots. Domain gets taken down, and once again, Scooby just taking down his own teammate. What is up? I just cannot see what's happening right now. So, that's miscommunication, and that's the reason for one of the teams being eliminated. We only eliminate. Meanwhile, with 3 eliminations have been taken away out of the game. T2K, which once were in a very strong spot, have lost one of the players.
They have, but they still do hold on to a great spot onto the map. Still almost onto the circle. Because if you consider only the land area, yes, they are in the circle. In the center. Like a pearl, like a solitaire in the center of the ring. But well, will this be enough? Because position is not everything. You gotta have great aim. You gotta have great strategy going forward. And you gotta have some way to recover, to redeem for that one player that you've already lost.
That's true. STFL though, that's a team we have to look out for because they have the most number of frags. They do also have a good position inside the zone. They just literally are controlling the eastern part all by themselves. 4 different players, 4 different locations. I am not a big fan of splits like those, but for now, STR they really don't have a battle to work with, so they have gone in for the split. Now finally the zone shrinks in, forcing a lot of teams to get inside. Only 3 teams I can see are inside the zone properly. The rest they will have to fight for a way inside the zone.
Absolutely. Currently, it seems like JMEX might have a shot at this one. They have all men alive. They have a great spot into the circle. Good going for them. And stronger fake love. Again, all fours onto the eastern side. No contestants to compete with them right now. JMEX taking care of KS in the meanwhile. Kings of Spade, are you gonna be spared? Not really.
Shots they do connect, but on some other part of the map, Venom DE has been taken care of by DEADEYES, guys. That's again another good frag to find, but SPR with the third party and then KS with the nade onto Gyalzin. The trades are happening, but JMEX, they seem to be in trouble as one of their knock player has been taken care of. EXO still firing on all cylinders. Just fades away into the smoke as soon as he needs to reload. Frag, very little HP left, but he will patch himself back up with the first aid that he has. Mamba still not interested to take the battle, not interested to take that fight. And JME, slowly but surely, they are wrapping around the players of Team King of Spades.
Currently, it seems like every single thing is going against KS. They still have men on their favor, but till how long? The HP is giving up, and look at that, another one gets knocked down. XOXOX is gonna be the last one standing here, but which letter is he signing with that off sound? JMEX just gonna get the better of it. ASL also trying to squeeze in 1 or 2 frags in the process. It's just 6 teams on board now.
Even though JMEX lost their first player, Gyalzin, they still were able to just control the damage and were able to wrap around the players of their opponent team basically. They were just completely all over their opponents. And now JME, they will face another threat from the players of Team Raw officials. Let's see how do they deal with it because even ASL is in the battle.
Absolutely. ASL with one single player still surviving into the top 6 with 16 players on board. Currently, STFL looks good. One player needs healing, but that's about it. He will get recovery, will get himself back on toes. But in the meanwhile, will there be fights that they can actually capitalize on? Because 6 frags good enough, but will that elimination point put them anywhere good on the leaderboard? Maybe not today, but soon enough. That will add into the fortification that they need. JMEX already in trouble. STR has them enwrapped from multiple angles, but they are very far away from each other. Not the best position. I think one fight at a time is a good condition.
And DEADEYES guys are also in trouble. A nade landed, refused with some random shots, is also able to secure 1 knock. And Shifu sir will be confirmed too. So DEADEYES guys also in a precarious situation now. STR, they are relentless in this game. They are just spraying every player they see right now and just making sure they are able to just gobble up all the frags they need. That's a good start of a story that they want to write back in their favor. Let's see though how many more can they get. Deadies guy is still surviving with two players, but getting inside the zone, that's the difficult part.
Absolutely. The moment you peek out of that room, that tiny little shack, you're gonna be sacked. This is not looking good for the side of Deadies, guys. But wait a second. They survive. They make it through. Unbelievable. STR, one of the strongest contenders for this dinner, have already given up and announced themselves not hungry.
Deadies guys, though, that's a big blunder from the players of STR, and now they are being just sprayed upon by the players of Deadies guys. They just want to create as much pressure as possible, but doing this, they've attracted a lot of eyes on themselves. As soon as Sus tries to come out, he has been shot upon, he has been taken care of, and Rig with the vehicle blast will make sure that the guys of Deadies guys just stay dead forever now. T2K, 4 frags to their name, inside the circle, a strong team to look out for.
Absolutely. T2K, if they get this one, they might have a huge leap coming up because they already have one chicken to themselves. This might be the second. 4MV did not have this one go their way. This could be changing things around. A lot of things will topple. But in the mix, there is still 3 more teams. Even though the numbers on the side of Raw officials is slightly lower, you cannot count STR or JMEX out just yet. They both are standing with 3 strong. Raw officials, great positioning, nades in hand, switches to the weapon, tries to make sure that every single player from JMEX can be looked onto, can be scoped out, because that intel is crucial right now.
Let's see. Malik right now just throws a smoke in front of him, making sure that some off angles can be created through it and you can try and harm the players of Team JMB. Malik, little does he know, his position is known and he is being bombarded currently. Nade lands, drops him to 60 HP. He falls back, playing the safe angle. On the other hand, JM is still hugging the shore and nobody gets taken down. That's a good nade from STR. Refuse gets that knock, although will they be able to put it in the main question?
T2K trying to march in, loses one but trades off at the right exact time. Revival will happen, but not the same can be said for the side of Raw officials. They will be one man standing alone, trying to struggle through this. JMEX already lost one, trying to trade this off. If JMEX and STR are both able to take players off of each other's list, T2K will have the winning shot.
Yeah, I mean, JMEX, let's see. This was the team which I thought was having a very strong position unless STR arrived. They just contested the players of JME and somehow were not third-partied by the other teams. They still have to make their way inside the zone because of which the smokes are being used, the smoke wall is being created, but Refuse completely out in the open. Could be in trouble, and he is. Orangey gets that knock, wants to push forward. As STR, they seem to be in a difficult spot.
STR doing a good job trying to nade it off, and now another nade is all they need. Frag is the last one that has to be fragged out from the side of JMEX. Whoa, this is going on getting harder for JMEX to survive from constant bullets, constant fire. This is heating up. Another one coming in.
The revival is also coming in, so STR will be back with full force. And on the other hand, I do not see the same thing for for JMEX. So they will be surviving with only one player standing to their name. Even Raw is being represented only by Malik. So it is a battle between all these solos and duos, except for STR, who have been able to get all their 3 players back into contention. Ikujin, he has been able to get a frag with the nade, making him the nadir for some reason. Malik stands up, gets another frag. He will land it out, but I think so nothing more than damage received. And now STR in trouble. The spray is there. It is good. But the trade is even better from Sinor.
It's going on getting harder and harder to actually go ahead and revive your fallen comrades. Everyone that's lost is lost. There is no recovery, no chance of error for any team at all. Now it's become a 1v1v2 because T2K has still to deal with Malik. With only one man surviving, will he be able to carry the flag forward? No, he won't. He will get buried right in there, become a crate and become another supporting sport for the side of T2K. Two teams to survive, T2K and STR. Who has it in that game? This, I feel like STR is on the stronger side. A spray will come and it will wash down every single player of T2K. And one final victory for STR arriving for the day.
Easy chicken, I'd say overall. They took the right fights, STR. They definitely took the right fights and won each and every one of them. I mean, from the very beginning when they fought against the players of 4MB was a disjoint team at that point of time. And the weird decision of 4MB to sit in vehicles and have that information around made them vulnerable. They were able to easily exploit that vulnerability and essentially overall win the game with total eliminations of 12.
Exactly, putting their total points to 22 for this one, making it a great start for the team. I mean, you did come slow, but you did come steady. Just carry forward the momentum, and that's all that's required from the side of STR. Stronger FAKELOVE. Let's see how far this strength keeps building up. Because everything that doesn't kill you makes you stronger, and they are the one team that did not die on this particular map.
I mean, they definitely performed very good. The overall performance was good. The decision making was good, and the firepower. Hey, well, that was again completely on the board. So a great job done by the players of Team STR. They have to have established themselves on the leaderboard after this top 5 for sure, because I think they had some decent performances the other time too. 6-7 points were there in one of these games, I do remember. So a great game for the players of STR. The decision making was immaculate. A little bit lucky too, them not getting third party when they were fighting against the players of JMEX. Surprising was a very big surprising factor for me, and them not being inside the zone still just so easily able to get in was again another one of those factors which I think just went in their favor, didn't it? Although the MVP will be a player from T2K, so probably they ended up second, so they will have decent points too. But hey, the victory still remains with STR.
Absolutely, absolutely. Let's take a look at all the other players that were contributing pretty highly to their teams as well. The top players for the particular match that we just witnessed at the end of today are gonna be Rick from the side of T2K, Pegujin from the side of STR, Malik from Raw Officials, Refuse from the side of STR again, and nobody from JMEX.
Great job done by all these players. I mean, stronger FAKELOVE, they have 2 representatives, at least 8. I think 12 frags is what they got, so 22 points to their name. So they had to have more than one player in this list. Malik from Raw Esports as well, he was the last remaining player for a very long period of time, was able to get his team top 4, top 5. So it's a decent finish for a solo player surviving.
Top 3.
But yeah, 22 points, followed by T2K with 12, and JMEX secure 11 points to their name.
Exactly, and Raw Officials coming in at 10, very close enough to each other in terms of numbers, all the way from T2K to Raw Officials. But then again, stronger FAKELOVE have literally a leap of 10 points thanks to that chicken dinner that comes around with extra points for your leaderboard as well. Like your tummy and your leaderboard both are going to be happy enough for the day. However, everything after Raw Officials is going to be single digit.
Yeah, well, at least the basic thing is that KS has been performing now. So 6 frags to their name, 7
Finally,
points.
yeah.
They have 0 points previous to this game. So it's better for this particular team to perform in this way in the upcoming games too. We're talking about the other teams as well. We had a lot of representatives. Venom DE 4 points, Vion Illuminate 3. Yeah, and not the best possible game again for the other teams as well. DRS ASL 3-2. IHC got eliminated on 0 points. That was a surprise for us. Yeah, that's what this game is all about. You need to be consistent, you need to pick and choose your fights, and if you lose, you will be eliminated.
Absolutely, and I'm quite worried about actually going ahead and putting my promise onto any team, because look at the ones that I talked about. They both are with 1 single point. However, this is one of those matches where we have only one team with 0 points, because we've been seeing quite an array of teams with 0 points in their overall structure for a while. Let's take a look at the overall standings now that we've discussed that already. For 4MV, again undefeated at the top, but Stalwart Esports right behind, and stronger FAKELOVE, huge leap right onto the third spot.
Yeah, that's a good way to find your footing for stronger fake love. Although the lead the difference between 4MV and Stalwart still sits at 11. So that's a big lead
Yep.
for the side of Team 4MV. Enough for them to have another bad game. But why would they? Because they just drop one game but get the chicken the other one around. So if they continue with the same force, they should not be trifled with. Even T2K, they've got 36 points to their name. So we did see a good game coming in this time around as well. They ended up second, so not the worst possible performance. But we still need a little bit more consistency from the remainder of the teams. NBeSports, High Voltage DC, HVDC have been having some great starts. And in terms of elimination, look at that. They have 24 eliminations, but only 3 placement points to back them up.
Absolutely. But well, taking a look at the second page, we do have double digits coming in now for most of the teams, but Bad Intentions, Venom DE, and DRS Gaming are still struggling quite a lot. Quite a lot. And DRS is the only team that hasn't secured a single placement point so far. This has to change. These teams have to buckle up, have to start clawing their way back in, have to start climbing the rock mountains, because now is the time you start. That is when you can expect to end good.
Yeah, DRS, they are not having a good game. Bad IntentionX CMF, same, and Venom D, same thing for them too. They have to buckle up, they have to get back into contention, because the game won't stop for you. You might not want to be the bottom 4 when it comes to the grand finals. Top 16 is the aim. Until now, it has been Team Seed Esports, I'd say, who are just cutting by 1 point.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at T2K, Jane, Ring, XMPL, and Turulov. Quite a lot of eliminations on Rig himself. 8 in total. Huge number. However, great support from the side of Jane carried forward.
Yeah, well, although he is great in support, but he has to get his frag game back up. You cannot have a player with 8 frags and one of you sitting at 2. Maybe you're a support player, maybe you're a cyber player who is not able to land shots today, but tomorrow has to be a better one. Jane has to step up his performance a little bit, because on an average, if you play 4 games, you need at least 4 frags. That's how it should be. One game, at least one game every frag, so you're being a little bit fruitful for your team. But yeah, except for him, XMPL, Turulov, these players have performed good. Decent performance from them, and Ring again, probably the entry fragger for his team. And let's see a good day for the side of T2K. Ended up third. We'll have to see how do they perform tomorrow though.
Absolutely, they do have to claw back in. Fourth position is not going to be the best to survive on just yet, even though this is like just the starting. I do say that every position below the third is going to be a risky one, because anyone can swap you down. One bad day is all it takes to turn the tables around. If you're on the first position though, with a lead of 11 points like 4MV does right now, then you don't have anything to worry about. Go ahead, have bad days. It's okay. Just like I might have a bad hair day someday, and then I'll ask for mercy from the audience.
Yeah, well, it does not matter, because if they get 2 chickens like that, it's just game over for the other teams. You really cannot defend when a team like 4MB gets good games like those, 17 frags with a chicken dinner. That's something you really cannot achieve on daily basis. But if you're able to get the second one too, that's a great thing.
I agree. I completely agree. But yes, I mean, the way 4MB has played today is a benchmark on how every team has to play going forward. Because again, as casters, we do not want to see one single team dominating all through. We want to see a lot of fight for everything, for position in the map, for position on the leaderboard, for points on the map, for points on the leaderboard, and for the bonus match, and for the grand finals, and for the TDMs, and for everything that does not involve our jobs.
Oh, yeah, that's true. I mean, we'll have to see how all of these things go. I mean, TDM has been a fun game, but talking about top 12, I think we are seeing a clear picture over here. DRS, Venom D, these are the teams that will have to buckle up on day number 2, 3, and 4, so that they do not fall off from the bonus game, because it will be an important game to play. So yeah, interesting things up ahead. Let's see how these teams perform. How does Team 4MB continue their domination? Will we see a comeback coming in from Stalwart Esports? Will we see some other team joining the race for the top 2? All these things will be answered in the upcoming following days.
Absolutely. I'm gonna have my eyes open for a stronger FAKELOVE though coming into
Okay.
tomorrow, because today they have been showing great improvement from the
Mhm.
first match to the last, and I want to see how far this can go, because the kind of improvement that they've built upon is pretty essential for any team. Because one thing that I feel going into battle royale games is, one, there's a lot of luck factor that comes into play with the
Yes.
circles, the way the plane path is coming in, how far your drop location is, whether you find your loot or not, whether you get picked before you find your loot or not, and all of those things. But still, if you are able to recover after having a bad day, that
Mhm.
means you are somewhere doing something right, because it's very hard to gain your confidence back in
Yes.
after having lost a couple of games the day, and seeing someone doing absolutely dominating performance the way we've seen some teams go ahead today. Like NBeSports was pretty consistent, Stalwart Esports were pretty consistent. We did see 4MV go with two chickens, so that's intimidating. And still, if there is improvement coming in from a team, I want to see what they can bring to the table, because that's pretty interesting for me to look out for.
Yeah, well, it's a long league. So if you're improving on the go, that's also a good thing. But then I want to see good performance from Bad Intentions XCMF specifically, because
True that.
that has been a team that has not been performing for a very long period of time. Somehow they do qualify for PMPL, but after that they kind of fall short. Even DRS Gaming too. These teams have not been performing. We might see a chicken dinner here and there, but it hasn't been a consistent game that they usually perform in their region. For some reason they go a little bit passive, which I think is not their natural game, and they are getting beat at it. So they will have to just focus on these things. They will have to pick up the pieces and then maybe try and perform a little bit better. But yes, consistency is one of those things that teams like Stalwart Esports and NBeSports as well will have, because they have been sticking together for a very long period of time. So they basically know how all these teams in their entire region play. And then PMPL as well. They played a lot of Nepali teams against a lot of Nepali teams, so they exactly know how do they like to play. Those gun battles are again stronger for the Mongolian teams. So all these things they do come into the picture, where I think we will see a little bit of improvement, but it has to be drastically done, because again, otherwise it will be a repeat telecast of what we saw in the previous season.
Absolutely. I'll just like to reiterate onto what you just said about natural game. Yeah, I mean, slightly off topic, but then again, coming back together
Okay.
onto the same one. In humans, there are like 7 sensory
Hmm.
instinct divisions, and the first one that we're born with is survival. And survival is what you try to do in this game, so it has to come to you naturally. If you're doing anything that's out of your nature, that's not something that you're comfortable with, then it's not going to really help. Let's see if the teams are going to be
Hmm.
implementing that going forward, because I'm really trying to look for the natural game of each team. But well, I'm also trying to look for a new day coming up tomorrow. So we'll take a break for today, and this will be us signing off. Tomorrow we'll see you again right here at the same time, at the same place, with these same teams for the same interesting games. See ya.
Make it clap.
PUBG Mobile version 2.7 will be available soon. Let's take a look at all the new content. The long-awaited Dragon Ball Super collaboration is officially here. We'll be bringing you 2 new game modes for this collaboration: Dragon Ball Super themed mode and Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super. Dragon Ball Super themed mode will be available in I Erangel, Livik, and Sanhok. In this mode, we've incorporated Dragon Ball elements into the classic Battle Royale gameplay. All players will embark on a journey to find the Dragon Balls to summon Shenron. Collect the Dragon Balls scattered throughout the map. The team that gathers all 7 will be able to summon Shenron at the Shenron altar and make a wish to obtain powerful buffs. Maybe if you're super lucky, you'll get 3 wishes at once. During the journey of collecting the Dragon Balls, players will obtain a type of energy called Ki during the game. Players can use Ki to unleash famous Dragon Ball moves. Players can obtain the Kamehameha by picking it up. It equips to the pistol slot. After charging, it will release a continuous high-damage beam. Fukujutsu is another skill that can be picked up during a match. Players can use this skill to fly freely in the air and make quick tactical maneuvers. The Senzu Bean is a new recovery item that is incredibly effective. The Dragon Radar can display the location of Dragon Balls that haven't already been claimed by other players. It can help you collect the Dragon Balls more quickly. The Air Car can carry up to 3 players. It's easy to put away and has better performance than regular vehicles. Tenkaichi Budokai, Kame House, Korin Tower, Dragon Ball Village. These are some famous landmarks that will appear in the game. Call your friends and explore with them now. The collaboration this time even has a hidden challenge, named Dragon Ball Trial. Win consecutively in the themed mode for a chance to take on the challenge. After accepting the missions, the team has to follow the instructions and gather 7 Dragon Balls. During the process, your team's location will be exposed to other players. All players will be drawn into battle for the Dragon Balls. To win the game, the trial team must successfully secure the Dragon Balls, defend the altar, and then summon Shenron. Are you ready for the challenge? In this standalone mode, named Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super, players can roleplay as iconic Dragon Ball characters. Use powerful, unique moves in a brand new anime-style map, and become the ultimate victor. There are 5 Dragon Ball characters in this mode. They are Son Goku, Vegeta, Ultimate Gohan, Piccolo, and Frieza. Select your favorite fighter. Master their skills to suppress your enemies and achieve victory in intense battles. In the new version, the new Ace 32 firearm will be made available on all maps. It uses 7.62mm ammo and has 6 attachment slots. What are you waiting for? Go try it out now. Furthermore, this update also includes a firearm attribute tag display. Newer players can go to their backpack to look at the tags of a firearm they've picked up to quickly grasp its characteristics. The new Cycle 5 Season 13 begins on July 18th. Be sure to stay tuned for the new season rewards. That's a wrap for the main new content of the upcoming version. For more information, be sure to follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.